Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I hope today is a better day, unlike the catastrophe that we suffered yesterday. Man, it was just one problem after another. We thought we got something fixed, and then something else blew up in our faces. Bear, as the same as yesterday, is joining us again. He's going to give us some awesome insight into how the scripts work. And I saw there were some memes going around of Bear's face, which, you know, Bear's face is very expressive, and I'm very excited to see where those go. So, Bear, I hope you're ready for all of that that's coming your way. But, chat, we have 3 matches today. WadaFak against ECV56 is going to be our first one. Second match is Task Force Trident against Golden Crown. And the third match is Phoenix Task Force against Task Force Trident. Lots of task forces in today's matchups. But all of them are in the Gold League. The first 2 are 4v4, and the last one is 6v6. Let's say hi to Bear. Bear, how are you doing today?
All good. Very good. Hoping for a good day today. Nice, exciting matches coming up.
Let me turn you up. Can you turn yourself up there, Smidge? Or a little bit? I guess I could do that.
Now?
That's probably better.
There we go.
But Bear, let's talk about, before we jump into this, let's talk about the missions, because things are a little bit different. I'm going to pull some stuff up here on the box to the left where you guys see the map. And you guys will notice something different today. We can see the bubble. And that is due to Bear's magic that he has created, which is amazing. So, Bear, why don't you take us through, before we jump in to today's matchup, the first one today, which is going to be Team WadaFak against ECV56. Why don't you take us through some of the things that we changed?
Well, for starters, you can see the bubble on the F10 map. That's thanks to a tool that ED provided. The other big change is the fact that the zone shrinks. So depending on a 6v6 or a 4v4 match, the zone will shrink at 1 nautical mile in radius per minute while the zone is contested. So that's putting some pressure on the fights, and it makes the teams have to think a little bit and use their resources carefully. The other big change is the fact that you can now land at either base, the home base or your away team base. So we're not putting any pressure on the team deciding whether they want to be aggressive or defensive in how they want to play. But the time is ticking.
So we've got that, and then you also see the smaller bubbles around the home bases. Can you explain what those are for?
Essentially, those are to protect people that desync. Not desync, but disconnect. So if you have left your home base, you may not respawn if you have an accidental disconnection. So they provide also the range for where you need to land, and you need to be within that zone when you land to complete and win a round.
Okay, and then we implemented something for weapons firing outside of the bubble. So I want to give people, before we explain how that mechanic works, if you fire a weapon from outside of the bubble, the weapon will vanish. Is that correct?
That is correct. It will self-destruct a couple of seconds after it's fired outside of the zone.
Okay.
I have warned all the teams that they must not fire outside of the zone. If they do, there is the possible chance of receiving some damage, but most of the time they should be lucky.
Right. Now, so if you fire from outside the zone, trying to shoot into the zone or outside the zone anywhere, your missile will go away. However, you can fire from inside the zone out. So being in the bubble is where we want people to be, and we wanted to give people an advantage to that. So that is why that exists. Does real-time telemetry work? Yes, it does work. It may just seem like it's not working because everything is paused right now, so nothing is going to be moving forward. It'll just show recording from, but nothing is going to be moving because it's not playing anything right now. And if you connect to it late, it may seem like it's not working, but it's going to. Something else that got put in is, if I remember right, the teams can see this bubble on the F10 menu, so each pilot can see this. And then you see the warning zone. You are going to get an audible tone when you enter that zone. It's going to tell you, hey, you're about to die, because things changed this year. We wanted to make the bubble more of a factor, right? If you leave the bubble this year, sorry, I got a text message. If you leave the bubble this year while it's contested, you simply die. So no more are we going to have teams sending somebody back really early or anything like that. It's simply going to be, if you leave the bubble while it's contested, if you're already in it, you die. So huge changes. Thanks so much to Bear and Sean for working on this stuff. Things are slowly getting more and more optimized. We're changing and tweaking things. I say we, but I have nothing to do with this. I'm just an idea man at this point. All the credit goes to Bear and Sean, his wingmen, for making this possible. And I think it's huge for DCS. So those are the big changes that came in this. We may talk about some stuff. We can talk about the specific mechanics as we go through. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Do not hesitate to ask any questions in chat. I'm going to try and get to them as soon as I can. But I'm going to send you guys to the Super Cup for this one. It's very, very short. And when we get back, we are going to be watching the match. WadaFak taking on ECV56 in 4v4 Gold League. A Napa against Makeup. Buckle up. It's going to be a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the pit. We are on the airfield, currently looking at Anomaly from WadaFak. What a name WadaFak is. But, Bear, you were going to answer somebody's question.
Yeah, Navy Duck asked two questions. He asked, where am I from? I'm from South Africa, but I live in Brussels. And you asked, can you land at any airbase inside the zone? The answer is negative. You cannot land inside any of the air bases. You must land at either the home base or the enemy base. If you own the combat zone, you control both airfields. You can land at either or.
And if you do land at any time in the zone while it's contested, you blow up. Well, I think actually if you land anywhere but the airfields, you blow up. I think that's how it works. So there are scripts that do watch where you land, and the scripts for this year are heavily automated. So the teams have very little to do. The mission banding process is done entirely in the servers. We don't have to do it on Excel spreadsheets and Google Docs anymore. And it's, it is what it is. I loaded it late, the skin I mean. Yeah, so I don't know that these guys are here. I did dump all of the skins into my folders. I made sure to do that today. So if they don't work, I will be looking at them afterwards, but I dumped all of them into my liveries folder that Banana had put out there. So I will check them, but I did load all of them that were out there. So just be ready for that. I did put them all in there. If you don't see them, I probably screwed something up and you can blame me. We will work on that after today, and I'll work with Banana to make sure that everything is going forward. But these guys are getting ready to taxi. Again, WadaFak against ECV56, a Napa taking on Makeup. Let's talk about who is flying what today, so we can see who is where. So this is Team WadaFak. We have all F-16s, Anomaly, BeefXD, Enjoy, and Fargo, all being representatives for WadaFak. I love that name. And then for ECV56, we have two F-16s, Fortinero and Chueco, Gandalf in an F-18, and Praetorian in an F-14. So seeing that right now, Bear, what are your expectations for today's matchup? What do you think is going to go down?
4 F-16s is always my favorite combination, of course, but there's the Tomcat, which poses the long-range missile that can break up some carefully planned formations or ingresses. The 14 is pretty scary. It can be scary. The 18 carries the 2 extra missiles, so it can be interesting. But the speed of the F-16 definitely has the ability to win the match. So does the other team. The Argentinians or the South Americans have an equally good chance.
Well, these guys are lining up. I love my F-16s. I think the WadaFak is going to have a situational awareness advantage because they don't have the Tomcat. So speaking of WF, here they are. They don't have the F-14 that is not going to be a contributor into the peer-to-peer Link 16 network, or the F-14 is not going to be able to look at it. So I think they've got the energy advantage, and I think they got the SA advantage. However, ECV56 is going to have a significant range advantage because of Praetorian and the F-14. Do you know what weapon restriction they're on? I want to say it's A. There is no weapon restriction. God, I'm coming off the back of streaming last year's matches. Everything is unlimited, ladies and gentlemen, so there are virtually no weapon restrictions, with the exception of ground weapons, nukes, and the AIM-9X are all banned. Everything else you can take as many of or as little of as you want. So you can take 6 MK60s. You can take 10 AMRAAMs on the F-18. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. I know, Raptor Dad, no nukes. What the hell is this? Why AIM-7s? That's a great question. What do you think the deal is here, Bear? Why do you think they're taking AIM-7s? Why do you think Gandalf has an AIM-7 on his jet?
Well, if it comes down to the merge, you would rather send an AIM-7 in than a Block 3 or Block 2?
I mean, that is true. That is true, to a point, but it's just a worse missile. Maybe he's using it to try and spoof the Phoenix? Maybe? Because you do get the missile trail, so maybe he's using it for that, but that is unusual. I don't know about that one.
Interesting.
Why no AIM-9X? Because I didn't think it was sporting in the merge. I want people to have to rotate. I don't want people shooting at 90 degrees off aspect. It just seemed a little too much for the sim, for competitive play. You know, maybe next year we'll allow it, but the teams nobody's really complained about the AIM-9X being banned. I think it brings in a little more skill into the merge than if it was allowed, so it is what it is. Something else I think we should talk about, Bear, is fuel. So I'm looking at Gandalf's aircraft right now, and I see 1 fuel tank. However, if we look over at Anomaly's aircraft, he's got 3 fuel tanks. Do you think fuel's going to be an issue today? I mean, distance-wise, a Napa against Makeup isn't too horribly long, but fuel could always be an issue.
I think fuel can be an issue, but I think they covered it with the other aircraft. Without the drag of the additional fuel tanks, they can pick up more speed.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's a specific role for that pilot in this mission. The maps are short. The maps are not that not that long. It's not as long as last year, where we had 270-mile maps.
You do have some decently long ones, but not nearly that long.
Yeah, even in 150 nautical miles, you could get away with it if you have a specific role. That's probably down to their tactics and them deciding, right, we want a fast guy. The alternative, of course, is the guy may have forgotten to put on the fuel tanks.
I don't think he forgot, because he's got AMRAAMs in those spots. So I don't think he forgot. It's just his loadout.
Potentially then he's going to be one of the first people to try and break up the formation, the ingress.
Maybe. We'll have to see how this goes. I'm really confused about why taking the AIM-7s. And I'm surmising about, are they trying to do the AIM-54 spoof because they do have Praetorian in the F-14? I don't know. Why he didn't load AIM-7 in Chick Station? I think Lumingos has got it. I think it's the drag concerns, but What do I know? I don't know any of this stuff. I don't know why you would take certain weapons in certain places over another one, because I'm just a poor Viper guy. I just load them all up with missiles, fuel tanks, and go. I don't have any empty fuel pylons. So it is what it is. But these guys are ingressing. Do you think the F-14 Bear is going to be a factor with his AIM-54? I mean, the AIM-54 is allowed. It was possibly going to be banned. What was banned at the beginning of the season, but it's allowed now because they fixed the issue. Do you think it's going to be a factor here? I will say it does have one issue where it constantly reacquires its target, but given its range and its airspeed, do you think the Mark 60 is going to play a role?
It's definitely a dangerous missile. It can be easy to notch if you're prepared well against it, but if you're not prepared for it, it can be a deadly consequence and knock out a player and all the missiles that come along with it.
Right.
So, I mean, WadaFak is a team that do a lot of training and preparing. Although they're a new team, they do have SATAL experience with players coming from previous, I think, Phoenix Task Force. They're a diligent team. I'm sure that they're prepared to go up against Phoenixes, and if they can get, if they can notch them and they don't die from them, then it's not going to be as deadly. One Tomcat with 6 Phoenixes, or though it has 4, I think it'll cause more of a disruption and chaos more so than being a deadly effect.
You know what I think is going on? The teams are using last year's weapon restriction of 6 AMRAAMs and 4 Phoenix.
They probably didn't know that they can take 6, maybe.
I think that's the best estimation that we can make. Mark 60's now in the air from Praetorian. We're going to grab him and ride along with it. So here is that missile as it takes off the telephone pole on its merry way towards its intended target. I think this is probably going to be on Anomaly or Fargo down to the south. Give you guys the TAC view so you can see what's going on. Looks like it's heading down here towards Anomaly. Anomaly now breaking away. So is Fargo behind him. Reminder, everyone for Team WadaFak is in F-16. So they're going to have a significant energy advantage, but they're going to be down a long way on the amount of weapons that they can carry. AIM-54 is now at 46,000 feet, slowly descending, still at Mach 2.8, and I don't think it's tracking anyone now, unless it's Enjoy back in the very back, who's at 25,000 feet, Mach 0.9. So interesting to see if this actually picks anybody up. I can't tell.
Yeah, it looks like they fired that just on the limit on the inside of the zone. Interesting that they would choose the back target and not the front target unless they lost the lock.
I think they lost the lock. I don't think it's actually tracking anybody. I think it's just a dead missile. So they fired that just on the inside of the zone. Reminder, the zone shrinks once it's contested every minute. So now we have Beef XD coming in against ECV56, and we have Anomaly down to the south, both in F-16s, pressing on ECV56. Beef now breaking away, Anomaly continuing to press down to the south, and Anomaly is going to be pressing on to, I think that's going to be on Chueco, and Chueco has launched an AIM-54 onto him. So we're going to have both of those here. Here is Anomaly defending, and the missile that was fired at him in the bottom right corner. Chueco did a good job of defending there early. The missile that Anomaly launched isn't going to be able to run him down, and I don't think the one launched on Anomaly is going to do anything either, as we can see it back there on Anomaly's screen. It's 4.5 miles back and not closing at all. However, there's another AIM-54 in the air in the middle of the match area. Here it is, and it flew over somebody. Yeah, it did. So somebody's down there. There goes Beef. And I think that may have been its intended target, but it lost lock. So not a whole lot going on right now. Lots of missiles in the air, but both teams doing a pretty good job of defending incoming possible shots. 120's out from Beef and Fargo. Beef here in the middle, Fargo down to the south. Both look like they're going to be up onto Gandalf. Gandalf, though, now running away, dumping chaff, trying to get away from those incoming threats. Again, Not a problem. He's going to be okay. I see a missile that he launched on Beef. He's okay. So lots of posturing right now. Nobody being hugely aggressive. Nobody saying and going in balls to the wall saying, YOLO, I'm going to make something happen. Or Leroy, I'm going to try and take somebody down with me. None of that's happening. People launching from, how far is this? About 10 miles, which is a decent launching range if you're on a place like Growling Sidewinder. But for the most part, when you're in a competitive play, it's just not going to work. Just not going to work at all. So we can see Fargo's got a missile that he's dragging. Behind him, just flies by as it's not able to continue flying with him. Not able to make that turn. We're going to pause this because I see something happening up here to the north. Something happening up here to the north. There's a 120 headed in towards Chueco, and it is 5,000 feet away from Chueco, so just about a mile. But Chueco's already outrunning it. He's at Mach 1, and the missile's at Mach 0.9, so continued great job of the guys defending these incoming threats. Do we have anybody isolated yet? No. 120 launched from Chueco now on Beef. Beef over Mach 1. I love that the F-16s are doing a really good job of maintaining their energy state and staying fast. Anomaly now down to the south, launching a 120 onto Gandalf and Praetorian. Fargo launching a missile. Here's Fargo. He launched a 120. That looks like that's going to be coming down towards Praetorian. Looks like, but Fargo, I may have spoken too soon with the YOLOs. He's flat out coming in here trying to run down Praetorian and Gandalf. And if Praetorian or Gandalf try and recommit in this situation, they're going to be in for a bad time. So the yellow hue, guys, is the bubble, so apologies about that. But here is Fargo as he tries to run down Praetorian or Gandalf. And if one of these guys recommits, they're going to be in big, big trouble. Here is Praetorian, and Praetorian's thinking about recommitting here. I don't think that's a very good idea as a missile rapidly encroaches on him. Here it comes. Praetorian, I think, made a bad decision. He's now chaffing, maybe realizing his time is up. It's closing, 0.2 miles, and Praetorian's gone. First casualty of the day. Praetorian is hammered. Bad decision on his part, recommitting into the face of Fargo. Fargo capitalizes on that opportunity and takes him down, and now Gandalf may be in trouble as Fargo put another missile out, but Gandalf able to run that one to the ground. What do you think Praetorian was thinking there, Bear? Why recommit?
Potentially coming closer to the zone. You've got to turn around at some stage because you're going to fall out. He had no.
He had a long while before he got to it.
Then, yeah, he was working together with, who was it? It was Gandalf. They needed to probably extend a little bit further.
Right. 120 now coming in on Gandalf. Don't think that's going to be a factor. It looks like ECV56 and WadaFak have reset. So ECV56 is up here to the north. They've all come together. WadaFak reset, but they are being very aggressive. You can see Beef and Enjoy now head on with Chueco and Fortinero. 120 now out from Beef. That's headed up towards Chueco. There goes that 120 towards Chueco. Chueco needs to defend. That missile's going to be pretty close, and he is diving now from two 120s that are coming at him. There's one. He's going to run that one into the ground. He actually runs them both into the ground. So good decision on Chueco's part to do more of an oblique turn and dive kind of like a split S, but he drove those. So the missiles had to pull lead pursuit, and in order for the missile to have any chance, it just got driven to the ground. But now he's got another missile. Half mile, 0.2 miles, and Chueco doesn't defend against that one, and he goes down. So pause it just to take a look at how everything looks right now. There, they keep recommitting into incoming threats. Why?
I don't know. Definitely not a good thing. There is incredible support between the two South WF guys, where Anomaly and Fargo are working well together with their grinder that they've got going. So there's constant pressure pushing them. I think the northern ECV ECV56 boys are coming down to try and help the southern group after the loss of Praetorian to help out Tuego, but a little bit too much too late.
And I think it's
Too little too late.
a lot of it is just we're finally seeing aggressiveness out of the F-16s, right? We hardly ever see this out of F-16s. We didn't see it for the past several matches, at least from last year, and now we're finally seeing it. WadaFak using the F-16's high energy state. Fargo Mach 1.1 anomaly is slowed down. I think he may have been preeminently notching, as he is very, very low, and he was head-on against Fortinero, and you guys can see that here on TAC view. How far away are they? 4 miles. So I think Anomaly is preeminently notching in this situation, slowing down. He is very, very low. Let me give you guys his point of view. So here is Anomaly right here, and I think he's just going into the notch. He's already launched 2 120s. We can see him taking off towards Fortinero, and here's Fortinero. Fortinero's not in a very good place. 4 miles from a launching aircraft of 120s. I think he's dead, but let's find out. Here it comes, Fortinero, head on with these 120s. He waits too long, and this, I think, is going to be, position where Fortinero waited to try and get a missile off of his own, and there is a missile coming in towards Fargo that I just saw, and that got very, very close. Oh, Fargo actually went down. So from the grave, Fortinero, I think, able to take him down? Well, I'm seeing him over there. Fargo still looks alive. No, he got hit. So Fargo goes down in a ball of fire. Fortinero able to take him down from the grave, but now we need to check out Gandalf, because Gandalf is the only man left. Only guy remaining for ECV56. He launched a 120. Give you guys the TAC view, everyone view here. 120 coming off from Gandalf onto Anomaly. Anomaly launches, immediately dives into a notch. We got the missile, Anomaly, and Gandalf here, and Gandalf trying to make something happen, but doesn't. Gets whammed by the 120. He's gone, and WadaFak makes short work of ECV56, suffering 1 loss, 4 kills against ECV56. And I gotta say that WadaFak, though most of their guys are veterans to the stage, for a new team, they did really well. And ECV56, they've been in this before. What do you think, Bear, happened to ECV56? Why did they crumble, in your opinion?
The loss of data link, well, not the loss of data link, but the lack of data link with having the asymmetric aircraft could have made a difference in terms of it. Losing that Tomcat early on, and it just fell. The aggression, they couldn't keep up with the aggression that was coming from WadaFak team.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. The aggression, like you just said, from WadaFak, I think was the game changer there. From the beginning, WadaFak seemed to put ECV56 on the back foot. They constantly pressed. Anomaly and Fargo did a phenomenal job of mutual support. They were both hot, and while, yes, ECV56 could have launched on both of them, usually what ends up happening is you get like this jousting position, right? You get this, sorry guys, just fixing this. You get this one-on-one missile jousting where one guy shoots and the other guy shoots, and they have to defend each other's incoming munitions. So with Fargo and Anomaly being able to mutually support one another, I think they took that out of the equation. They allowed one guy to launch. He put the guy on the defensive, and then the other guy was able to continue on. They didn't overstep. They weren't too aggressive and find themselves in a unsurmountable position. They did it just enough. They had very good launching positions. I liked that Anomaly preemptively notched. I really liked that he launched on Fortinero and immediately dumped into a notch, and he did that. He was already slow. We talked about this a lot in the past years, where you got to think ahead of your airplane, and Anomaly did just that. He thought ahead of his airplane. He slowed down, allowed himself an easy time getting into the notch, and in my opinion, WadaFak thinking ahead of their airplane, ahead of their jet, allowed them to come out with the victory because they weren't reactionary. It seemed ECV56 was so reactionary, and they were just reacting to whatever happened in front of them. So it'll be really interesting to see if they're able to get their act together going into round 2, because that was all WadaFak there in round 1.
A phenomenal performance, and what a way to start their season.
Anomaly dumping some flares, I guess in a victory celebration. Not sure what their countermeasures were at this point. But while we do have a little bit of time, while these guys are RTB, I'll give you guys the tri-view so you can see exactly where we are. So they do have to go back to a Napa, which is back here. Let's get rid of the AWACS because the AWACS is dumb.
They can go to either airbase. They elected to go back to Napa.
Did they take off from a Napa?
Negative. It doesn't matter. They can go.
I know.
either
I'm
one.
just wondering which airfield they took off from. I don't remember.
They took off from Makeup.
Oh, so they are going to the enemy airbase. Okay. So something, while we've got a little bit of time before these guys land, something that's coming that I have talked about for years, forever, is an overlay. So I have talked about having an overlay over top of the action for so long. Just so long. I thought it was something that would be amazing for DCS, that it would be amazing for the viewers. Guys, it's finally happening. Bear, Sean, and a gentleman named Akagi are working on it, and I've already seen preliminary versions of it working, not yet with data coming out of DCS, but with text file stuff and updating in real time. It's happening. Now, when is it going to be on screen? I don't know. There's no date for it yet, so we'll just have to patiently await its arrival, but it is coming. So be ready. If anybody has watched Counter-Strike with their overlay, with how they've got the 6 or the 5 combatants on each side, and it has their health bar, what weapon they have, and their grenades, and all of that stuff. We're going to have a fuel gauge, a gun gauge, missiles that each pilot has left on their jet, what type of missile they are, what type of aircraft they're flying, and then the entire, how can I put this? The entire overlay for each pilot, if that pilot dies, will gray out. So we'll know exactly when somebody dies, exactly how many people are left, what their state is with fuel and weapons and all that stuff. I wish we could see countermeasures, but it's not exportable, unfortunately. I want to see the jet's health bar. Unfortunately, in DCS, it's usually an all or nothing. You're either alive or you're dead. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense to do something like that. Anomaly now coming in on the finals. Sorry, Bear, go ahead.
You left out 2 things that are also shown, and that is the speed and Mach, as well as the altitude ASL for all the jets. Yeah,
so you will be able to see airspeed given in Mach. Bear has a absolute Mach conversion that's highly accurate, so we're not going to have to view like he's 1,700 kilometers or miles an hour. It'll give us the speed in Mach. We'll have their real-time altitude and all of that stuff. And I think maybe, I know Akagi wants to put this in, a missile launch icon when an aircraft shoots a weapon. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that was stuff that was being talked about. So I'm very, very excited about that going down and coming forth. And I think you guys should be too. So AOA could be neat. Maybe eventually. We don't want to put so much stuff on screen that it looks like somebody just threw up all over it, because, you know, less sometimes is more. Missile icon, cool. It's not going to be missile icons. It's going to be, each missile is going to be represented by a couple, like 1 to 2 characters. So like a 9X would be an X, a 7 would be a 7, stuff like that. And you'll be able to see, and it'll make a lot of sense once we get them in there. So just be ready.
Actually, Malta, we may be coming out with a slightly more rudimentary version of that, where it will show you that you have 6 Fox 3s, 2 Fox 2s, 2 Fox 1s.
Oh,
initially.
Well, that's appropriate. I think that would work.
It's only because for the jets that can take 10 plus missiles, it's taking up way too much real estate, but we're working on it.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You know, something you could do. Does Enjoy have his gear down? He doesn't. Enjoy, why? Did you just have to make it exciting. Land without gear. Really piss off your crew chief. But he didn't put his gear down. Nice straight landing, though, for not having his gear down. So I got to give him credit for that. But, guys, WadaFak.
Maybe it's out of gas.
You can put your gear down without your gas. You can put your gear down without that. But, guys, WadaFak takes this in a pretty heavy way. 1 casualty, 4 kills against ECV56. They are the new guys on the block, and they are making a statement here in round 1. So I'm going to get round 2 set up. Bear will be joining us again. Go get something to drink real quick. I'm going to send you guys to Navy Doc's favorite trailer. He loves this song. It's Navy Doc. This one's just for you. But when we get back, round 2, WadaFak taking on ECV56 Gold League. WadaFak up 1-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I got to fix something real quick with the mission, as it decided it didn't want to give me external views. So we're going to fix that right quick. But Bear, how did you think that round went?
I think it was very good for WadaFak with them. A good opener. They should have some positivity coming into the next round. And what a great start for them. As far as ECV56, they're an experienced team. They know, they probably know where they went wrong, and they would have spoken about it in break. And I'm gonna guess they're gonna come back stronger in the second round. Or at least
what do you think they need to fix? I mean, what do you think when you talked about situational awareness? What does ECV56 specifically in your mind need to do in order to try and fix this one?
Well, they certainly need to stop being the targets and try and get equal kills against the other teams. If they're going to be turning cold too soon and being chased by the other team when they return back hot, they're going to get killed. So they need to maybe take a little bit more of a chance and risk it a bit more. They would have noticed the aggression that's coming at them, and you can't run away from aggression. You got to face it head on. So if you go straight into it, you've got a better chance, or at least a 50-50 chance of coming out.
I gotcha.
With
Why did the music get loud? Oh, it's because my stream monitor got quiet. All right, we fixed that. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean for the music to be all that loud. Just fast forwarding here, getting things fixed. I didn't have external views on for this last time, so I had to go back and redo it, unfortunately. These guys are getting ready to take off. They reverse sides. WadaFak against ECV56. WadaFak was hugely aggressive there in that last round. I'm almost worried about their position there if ECV56 figures out a way to deal with that aggression. If ECV56 does something with mutual support, the aggression that Team WadaFak brings out, I think it's going to break their back. They're going to shoot themselves in the foot because they're going to be aggressive and they're going to target one guy and it's going to turn into a dragon bag scenario and they're just going to die. So I'm really interested to see if mutual support comes in for ECV56 because it was totally gone in round one. And the other part that I really want to see is, can they make the F-14 work? The F-14 in round one, along with everyone else from the Condor side, was non-existent. So will the Mark 60 be ready to go? If they can, I think, get the telephone pole ready to rock and roll, I think this is going to be a good fight for them. The telephone pole and Praetorian, the launching aircraft, are going to be pivotal, along with mutual support. And granted, I'm just kind of talking about what you should do in air combat anyway. They're going to be pivotal in ECV56 having at least a semblance of coming back in this one. So I'm really interested to see if ECV56 is going to close this one out or get taken out in 2, or if they're going to be able to extend this into 3 rounds. So let's see. We got the sim right here. Let's see how they get on. And here we go. So ECV56, reminder, and I'm going to check the team overlays because I think it's... We got Chueco for... I think it's this one. No, it's not that one. It's this one. Gandalf, Praetorian, Fortinero, and Chueco are going to be rocking for ECV56 in an 18, 2 16s, and a 14. And then for the opposing side of Team WadaFak, you have... Come on, turn off. Anomaly, Beef, Enjoy, and you actually have this one. There we go. Beef, Turner. Yep. And that didn't want to... Kikaku and Slide. So they changed pilots here in round 2 for the WadaFak side. Is that going to be a factor? I mean, would you encourage... You fly in SATAL, Bear. What do you think about changing pilots in this situation?
I'm personally against it. I think that you come in with some nerves in the beginning, and those nerves are settled during the first round to bring in new guys to do it. Maybe an oversight in terms of overconfidence. I mean, they did have a convincing first round.
They did.
But I certainly... There's 2 sides to it. One, we give people some experience in it, but changing something that works the first time can be detrimental.
I would agree with that. It definitely can. Now, you brought up a good point that round 1 was kind of lopsided. So maybe that's why they changed pilots. Maybe they have a false sense of security coming in here to round 2, which is entirely possible. But if they lose this round, I think it's going to be ECV56 with all of the momentum going into round 3. So really interested to see how these new pilots of Slick, I think was one of them. Slide, excuse me. Turner and Kikaku. So they're actually 3. Turner, Kikaku, and Slide subbed in. So huge role change there in round 2. Rob says, yo, what is that Hornet doing? Did he miss the 10 spam ram memo? Rob, I don't know. The Tomcats aren't taking more than 4 either, so maybe they missed it. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. But they are not here taking all the missiles. If you guys are new to this and just joining us, we do have real-time telemetry with TACView. If you have TACView Advanced, you can log in. I think who just requested that earlier? Somebody requested it earlier. Just do ! TACView, and it'll give you the IP address and port. You can connect to my machine for real-time telemetry in TACView Advanced that you can drive yourself. So it's a big change. Not a big change, but it's a huge factor. You guys kind of have your own camera that you can drive. Why is the 9X banned? Because I felt like it was unsporting, so we banned it. I didn't like the idea of it's just who can get locked first in the merge to shoot, and then the other person dies. I wanted people to have to pull and get themselves in an advantageous position before launching. So we banned the 9X, and I didn't really get any pushback from anybody. It's been like this forever since we've run SATAL and SATAC. So it is what it is. Chueco on the left there, Beef in the middle, and Turner on the right on these 3 cameras as we watch them ingress. Somebody asked about TACView. This year, you can take Jester in any league. You are not allowed to, or you're allowed to do it in any league. It doesn't matter. You can have Jester. The 73 is much more easily defeated than the 9X. And the 9X has a bigger off-site, off-angle lock. It's more maneuverable, and it's smokeless. So it's a huge difference in my opinion. The ability to see a 73 with smoke and its lesser off-bore or off-axis launch capability is a big, big advantage in the 9X's favor. At least in my eyes. So these guys are ingressing. Going back to look at the bubble. This is what the bubble looks like. Give you guys TACView so you can see what's going on in TACView. But bubble, they are just now entering it. Bubble is, or the inside of the bubble is going to be, if I can push the right button, 71 miles across. And we didn't see the bubble become an issue in last round. It didn't force anybody. Nobody died to it. So there was a lot of questions of, I don't really like the bubble shrinking. But with how fast normal matches take place, I mean, once combat usually starts, it lasts for 5 to 10 minutes. It's not a huge deal. It doesn't typically come out to be a problem. The reason it's there is to stop, the reason the bubble shrinks is to stop people from playing these fuel games that they did so frequently last year. So, we did not know that we could carry 6 AIM-54s. Well, Melvo, yes, you can. Now you know. And maybe I need to go and edit the rules. But this year is supposed to be totally unlimited. There are no restrictions aside from ground weapons, nukes, and the AIM-9X being banned. Everything else, fair game, as many or few as you want. It doesn't matter. So, separation between these two teams. Looks like Turner's leading the way for Team WadaFak. Ford and Arrow on the opposite side of that for ECV56. And you guys are hearing that dinging probably. That's my wife texting my family. She's trying to get something organized, so apologies for that. Beef is north of Turner. That's who we're riding along with right now. You can see them on the TACView. Here is Beef up here to the north, right there, and then Turner, who we saw on the map, is down to their south. And then actually now Beef is leading the way for Team WadaFak. 30,000 feet, Mach 1. I'd like to see him faster. Does he have his center line on? No, he's gotten rid of his center line. 6 120s, no AIM-9s. So I'd like to see them accelerating. I'm not sure why he's not in gate. I'd like to see him come into this at Mach 1.2. But now that I think about it, maybe he figures I'll just be wasting fuel because I'm up against a Tomcat. And he's kind of risking it being this high anyway. Bear, where would you be in this position? Would you want to be this high if you knew a Tomcat was out there with Mark 60s on the first pass? I would think if I was this high, I'd want to be faster so I could change my altitude.
Absolutely. Being that high, you are at risk. I do think he can see the RWR of the Tomcat in front of him.
That is a good point.
He knows what he's up against. I think he's looking for smoke.
Tomcat flown by Praetorian, not sure what who his Rio is. 13,000 feet at Mach 0.9. So not very fast, not very high. I'd like to see him in better launch parameters. Are we going to see an opening salvo? It really doesn't look like it. I'm not anticipating anything coming out. Reminder, we've got 4 F-16s for Team WadaFak, 2 16s, an 18, and a 14 for ECV56. So ECV has the weapons numerical advantage, and they've also got the range advantage given the Tomcat. Missiles are out. Fortinero has launched one, and Turner exchanged one with him as well. So Fortinero diving. Here's Fortinero as he comes down towards the ground. Fortinero at 3,000 feet, breaking away now over Mach 1, 640 knots. Doesn't look like that missile, if we take a look at TAC view, is going to be able to catch him. So here's that TAC view. You can see that missile exchange right here in the middle. Turner's okay. Fortinero's okay. Praetorian now at 15,000 feet. He is accelerating. So Praetorian is now at Mach 1.2 at 12,000 feet. So I like that he's in gate. I like that he's accelerating. He's going to impart that energy that he's built up here onto his missile and make it that much more dangerous. There goes the first AIM-54. It is a Mark... No, it's a Charlie variant. So it's the Mark 47 with the smokeless motor. You can still see him, but they're much more difficult to see. And that one is heading up towards Beef. Here is Beef. Beef needs to be careful. I don't know if he's getting the missile warning yet. He needs to be very careful. He's low. No missile warning yet, and he drove it into the ground. So good defensive flying by him. We saw the missile on TAC view become no more, and that was because Beef went down, and the missile, in order to have an intercept angle on him, would have had to go into the ground, and that's exactly what he did. So Beef did a good job defending there. Now, missile out from Turner. It's a 120. That missile's going to be on to Gandalf. Gandalf launched on a Turner as well. Here is Turner. Give you guys some volume here. And neither of those are going to be a threat. Up north, we now have Fortinero launching onto Kikaku. Here is that missile. Looks like it's been trashed. Nope, it's still leading. Kikaku is 1 mile away. Kikaku needs to be careful. Missile's at 1,000 knots, but he breaks away, and that's going to be it for the missile. Just doesn't have the airspeed going over those fins to be able to turn with them, and that missile's not going to be any problem for him as he breaks away and maybe thinks about recommitting. Good recognition by Kikaku in that situation. Praetorian now back in. Praetorian's lost all of his energy, Bear, and I wish he would have kept it, but he just launched another Mark 47.
There's been some strange things with the Tomcat. It launches at a slow speed, and the missile still gets to pick up some speed. So it's not necessarily, it's not the ideal launching parameters, but it still can cause some trouble.
Missile rapidly encroaching on Beef. Beef too fast to notch, and Beef gets hammered. The Beef becomes Beefcake. He's gone. So Praetorian gets the first kill. Notch one on his belt, takes down Beef. Let's pause it and take a look at what's going on here. Praetorian gets the kill. I don't even know if Beef was aware of that. Let's back up and look at TAC view. So here's the AIM-54 right here in the middle, coming in onto Beef. Beef's at Mach 1.1, and he just doesn't get into the perfect notch. He needs to come slightly, maybe 10 to 20 degrees to the right in order to notch that. He doesn't do it. Missile's able to still see him, and he doesn't fall into the notch filter. Gets taken down. So big change from what we saw in round one. Round one, Team WadaFak.
Revenge.
It did. So Tomcat's here. But in round one, Team WadaFak walked all over ECV56, and we're already seeing the 56 making their presence known as Praetorian gets the kill with the Tomcat. Now we've got this crazy exchange here in the middle with missiles all over the place. So let's grab one of those and see how this is going to go. Here's this missile. Not sure if it's tracking. Doesn't look like it is, but we're going to hit play, and I think this one's going to go into the ground. Boop. So that missile does indeed go straight into the ground. Both teams looking to be resetting. Kikaku, Slide, and Turner remaining for Team WadaFak. And then Fortinero, Chueco, Gandalf, and Praetorian remaining for ECV56. And Bear, we talked about this earlier. The line change, I don't think is working too well for Team WadaFak here.
Not at all. Changing the line, new people coming in, trying to emulate what they did in round one. That doesn't seem to be paying off for them right now.
Not only did it new people, but new to SATAL. I've never seen Slide. I've never seen Kikaku. I've never seen Turner. So not only were they new people in the round, they're new people to SATAL in general. Slide now dragging a 120. That's going to be further back. It actually got line of sighted and driven into the ground, so great job there. Both teams reset. Praetorian is way, way, way down to the south. He is accelerating down to the south. Over Mach 1 now, 6,000 feet. I'd like to see him higher. Why do Tomcats not get higher, chat? Why? AIM 54 out from Praetorian. It's again a C variant of the AIM 54, Mark 47. So it's headed up. That one looks like it's going to be on Turner. Turner needs to defend. Is he going to do a better job of notching than his brethren, Beef, did earlier? It's not looking like it right now. Going to split screen so we can see the missile and Turner come in. Missile's 1.5 miles away. Not notching. Still off axis. And didn't hit him. So he did notch that. It got very, very close. Very, very close. I thought he was dead for sure. But missile just went off axis right at the end. He was able to notch it with the chaff. And that means Praetorian has 2 missiles remaining on his Tomcat. Praetorian now, Mach 1, coming up on Mach 1.1. So he's staying aggressive. He's staying aggressive here. Here's Praetorian, and he's climbing a little bit. 8,000 feet now for him. What's he still got on his jet? No AIM 54s left. That is the last one. He just launched it. Can't tell who it's on yet. Here's that missile. I think it's on Turner again. Praetorian, who we can't see on camera, broke away. He's defending a 120 coming from Slide. Turner now trying to come back into the notch. There's the missile, 0.9 miles. I don't think he notches this one, and he doesn't. Gets hammered up the rear end, and that is it for Turner. Praetorian with the 2 early kills with a 50% kill rate with those AIM 54s. Great job from him. Now we've got an exchange coming from Kikaku and Fortinero, and the missile from Kikaku is actually not on Fortinero, so Kikaku's just going to have to defend here. He's going to drive that one into the ground. I'm seeing a lot more missiles, Bear, going into the ground than we have. We saw plenty in the 2020 season, but in 2019 and 2018, we didn't see very many. So I'm just now noticing that. Another thing I want to point out is Kikaku has no missiles left. Not great missile management or munitions management coming from Team WadaFak. They're down on weapons.
Bags on as well.
He does have his bags on. Fortinero now pressing. Fortinero needs to be careful. He's got his brakes out. He's going to be at an energy disadvantage. Fortinero pressing on Kikaku. Slide trying to come over and help his wingman. Here's the split screen. Slide on the left, Fortinero on the right. Why? Slide! No! Slide breaks away, giving all of the advantage to ECV56. They have thrown away any hope of making something happen here. Fortinero launches a missile on a recommitting Kikaku, and Kikaku's just going to take this one to the face. Where is it? There it is, and Kikaku gets slammed. So Slide broke away. Broke away. Why? Gave Fortinero an open door, and Fortinero able to ram one in on his opponent. Slide now launching onto Gandalf. Gandalf in the lone F-18. You can see here, missile got driven into the ground. Slide now decides, hey, I'm going to be aggressive, brother, and is now hot on all four remaining ECV56 combatants. He should have done this from the beginning. Should have done this from the beginning. Fortinero over to the right, trying to make something happen. Put this on split screen, but Slide continuing to be aggressive. Slide does have quite a few weapons left. Doesn't see Fortinero. He's tunnel vision on Gandalf. Gandalf gets hammered. So Gandalf's down. And now Slide lives, but Fortinero's got a friendly missile on him. So Fortinero's got a friendly 120 trying to track him down. Slide, does he see the guy in front of him? Maybe? I can't tell. But Praetorian's in a pretty good position here on Slide. Let's put that on. Praetorian all over the 6 of Slide from... Oh, he rips his wings off. Pulls too many G, and Slide with the maneuver kill, whether that was in... Oh, and then Slide goes down. I didn't see what hit him, but Slide, maybe looking at the wings ripping off of Praetorian's F-14, gets either taken down by an incoming unseen missile or flies into the ground. I didn't see what happened. Regardless, Chueco and Fortinero are still alive. And as long as they're able to make it back, ECV56 is on the board.
That's correct. So I don't believe that that's a maneuver kill, that breaking the wings off of a Tomcat. That's too easy.
Well, it's still a maneuver kill, whether it's easy or not. I mean, whether he meant to or not, I don't know. But in my eyes, if I was looking at this track and I saw those two merged, I'd give the kill to Slide in that situation, because Praetorian ripped his wings off trying to kill Slide. So Slide kind of killed him, maybe.
Yeah, well, Praetorian got 3 kills, two enemies and himself.
I guess if you want to classify it that way, we could go that way. But Chueco and Fortinero remaining, the 2 F-16s, out alive. And just thinking about that, the only aircraft that have been alive at the end of these rounds, Bear, have been Vipers. So what does that say? What does that say? Probably nothing.
Viper for the win?
Maybe. I'm going to say that.
Now.
I'm going to say that. I'm definitely going to say that. But ECV56 is on the board 1-1 as long as either Chueco or Fortinero are able to make it back to their base. So they don't have a long way to go, probably 40 or 50 miles. So pretty easy.
That one definitely, the change in lineup, the brand new first SATAL round for players, that potentially was overconfidence from the first round win, and that definitely cost them. But can't take anything away from the fact that the Tomcat still got 2 kills in that round.
Yeah.
And Fortinero.
But did he get 2 kills because they were new pilots?
I think there you bring up a really good point, and that is the fact that the Tomcat doesn't scare the very experienced pilots very much, because they know how to handle it. The newer teams are certainly more afraid of Tomcats than the Phoenixes. Having said such, the Tomcat and a Phoenix within 7 miles, you're in trouble, especially if you have no mountains around.
Do you think we'll see a lineup change from Team WadaFak going into round 3? I would assume so. Given how round 2 just went, I think the veterans are going to come back. But did the morale switch? Are they going to be able to overcome that too? I mean, now ECV56 is on the back of a round 2 victory, regardless of who it's against. Their loss in round 1 is virtually erased, now going into round 3, morale-wise, because they have all of the favor and everything going into the next round. Do you think even if Team WadaFak brings their veterans in, that they're going to be able to do anything here.
Well, there's a 50-50 chance of that happening. I definitely a change up is probably required now.
Oh, please say this isn't the same. You stupid game. It didn't save the tracks again. You dummy. You dummy.
The views.
Yeah. So anyway, Bear, what do you think Team WadaFak needs to do aside from change their pilots back coming in here to round 2? What do they need to do to fix this? They're down, or they're tied up. They might as well be down, given the morale state I'm sure they're in. What do they need to do here?
They need to analyze what went wrong in round 2, and I'm sure that Anomaly has gone through what went wrong. They know where they went wrong in round 2. Hopefully address the issues and try and bring back that aggression, but maybe not push it too much. If you push it too much, you could fall flat. So keep focused in the second round. Come back. Get that spirit of round 1 back in, and remain positive, because it's now anybody's game. Anybody can take it. The scores are tied. It's lovely to see a third round in matches. It shows an equal lineup. I would certainly look at swapping out some of the pilots, but they got some experience, which is great. Maybe too much of a chunk change, which could make a difference.
I think maybe one pilot at a time could have worked, but subbing that many out seemed like it was destined for failure. And ECV56, I got to give them credit. They took advantage of it. So, guys, I'm fast forwarding here to get everybody ready to go. I'm not sure why that ended up changing scenes, but we're going to fast forward here for the cameras to get everybody on the same page. I got to get them all synced up, but that's what we're doing right now. So right now, ECV56 and Team WadaFak are tied up at 1 apiece going into round 3. Make sure we're all at the same timestamp. We are, so now we get to slow everything down. So, Bear, you talked about what WadaFak needs to do. What about ECV56 to keep the momentum going in here? Praetorian made his presence known, right? So I think that was a big factor. The AIM 54. What does ECV56 need to do here to try and come out with the third round?
Well, they mustn't make the mistake of having too much confidence coming in from winning the second round. They now know what works. They've seen how they can disrupt the other team. They would not have been aware of the fact that the pilots have changed. So overconfidence could play a role. I think just keeping the team calm and focused on what they need to do will definitely lead them in the right direction to a potential victory.
Now, let's say the Tomcat doesn't show up, right? Do you think ECV56 has a chance, especially if WadaFak comes out with their A team?
Do they stand a chance? Of course they do. Fortinero is deadly in his aircraft, as well as, I mean, their F-18 with the 2 extra missiles can also play a factor if it goes extended as a long game. Having those 2 extra missiles will make a difference. I guess at this stage we can point out the fact that ECV56 did not know about the fact that they could take more missiles. It's lucky that they went up against a team that was limited to 24 missiles only with our F-16s. But at least they know for the next round,
right?
Or the next match. Keep focused. Overconfidence is a killer.
That is very true. Robski says Mark 60's high and fast. I agree. I don't like the low approach that is going on from ECV56 with their Tomcat. I really want them to be high and fast when they launch, and launch at high, fast targets. It makes it much more difficult to notch. Makes it much more difficult to defend because the missile's going to be going over Mach 4, right? It's going to be a satellite coming down from orbit. So them waiting so long, being so low, and being so slow I don't really understand. I want them to be high. I need them to be fast. Not need. I'd like them to be fast. And I think ECV56's Praetorian is leaving a lot on the table by not doing that, especially against a team that has 4 Vipers that does not have the range to be able to reach out and touch the Tomcat at distance. So I don't know. That's my thing. I think MK60s, Mark 60s, and if the Tomcat doesn't show up, they've got to find a way to be aggressive, and I think be aggressive with mutual support to combat the now veterans that are back in play for Team WadaFak. So Team WadaFak, I'm getting rid of the cameras. They've got their A team back in here. So Anomaly, Beef, Enjoy, and Fargo are all back in the game here for Team WadaFak and 4 F-16s. And then for Team, and I'm just going to check this to make sure that this is right. For Team ECV56, it is the same group crew. Gandalf in the F-18, Praetorian in the F-14, Fortinero and Chueco in F-16. So veterans against veterans. ECV56, if the Tomcat is nullified by flying against guys that know how to defend against it, ECV56 has got to be aggressive. They've got to find a way to combat the mutually supported aggression that's going to come out from Team WadaFak, in my eyes. So, getting ready to take off. These guys should be taking off any moment. I kind of screwed up one of the cameras, so you guys can't tell, but I can tell. It's camera 3, so I'm waiting for the cameras to hit a certain timestamp, and then I'll play it so we can have all 3 cameras. But Chueco and Fortinero are leading the way for ECV56. You can see them taking off. And then we've got Beef and Anomaly in the F-16s for Team WadaFak departing Maycop. So ECV56 is going to be at Anapa. WadaFak is going to be at Maycop. F-16s now departing. Both airfields. Everybody else is on the ground. Praetorian rolling with Gandalf behind him. Enjoy and his wingmen are still on the airfield. So a little bit of space being built for Team WadaFak on the ground.
They had that in the second round as well.
They did. Okay. Lumen Goes says, Beef and Enjoy bought DCS in July this year. Believe it or not, they're not veterans. Oh, okay. I feel like I've seen Beef before, though. I swear I've seen him before. Maybe it was a different Beef. I swear last year there was a Beef. Maybe I'm just misremembering though.
I actually know that one of the team players for WadaFak is actually missing. Johnny G, mercenary for us in a previous competition, and he's missing for this. He's missing for this match.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, it doesn't make
Going
sense.
back
It's unfortunate that he's missing.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying earlier about missiles not hitting the ground as much as they are now in 2019, why do you think that is?
I'm going to say a big part of it is people's understanding about how to defend. I think in past years, we saw a much higher kill rate with missiles. People were launching from further away and higher, and now we're seeing launches from in closer, and the missiles are having to pull lead pursuit, and they are just diving into the ground. A big part of people being more aggressive and people having an understanding about how to defend, I think, is a big part of that. That'd be my guesstimation. I don't think ED has changed anything in that part of the guidance logic. I don't think the missiles in the past would intentionally not hit the ground. I think a big part of it is just teams' ability to defend and get away from incoming threats. I think that's the biggest thing. Quick shout out to Hawk Exo for the sub for 9 months. Says that trailer was hot. Dude, that trailer done by Alpha Whiskey. Everything that you guys have seen on the channel so far was done by Alpha Whiskey. He's the man. He knows what's going on. So these guys are ingressing There's TAC view down in the bottom right corner. Reminder, bubble is about 72 miles across and shrinks at the rate of 1 mile every minute. I think it technically actually shrinks 2 miles every minute because you get a mile shrinkage on both sides. But a mile on each side per minute. So in from the border comes in a mile every minute once the zone is contested. And is the zone contested yet? It is. So zone is currently contested. Chueco and Fortinero are leading the way for ECV56. Tanks off for Beef from WadaFak. Just saw that drop down. Him and Anomaly are now coming in for WadaFak. They're in the center of the bubble. And when the bubble disappears like that, you guys just saw it go away, that's because it's shrinking. So just be aware that it disappearing is it shrinking. We don't have a way to showcase that in real time yet. Oh, excuse me. Or do we?
Malta, if you click the top left icon that's next to the, it looks like a little triangle.
Yeah.
So it's on the top bar. If you enable that, when I was playing back the tracks, it would go away, but it would come back automatically.
Oh, okay. We'll try that. I don't have an aircraft that I'm following. Maybe that had something to do with it, with the something being refreshed, but we'll see.
It's also there's some combination of that'll make the difference. So there was something interesting in chat that was by one of the ECV56 Malevo. He respects her opinion about the Tomcat, how the Tomcat should be flown, but you have to be there to see how the 54 behaves in this type of competition. Yes, I think that Malevo is correct in the sense of a lot of the teams, because they did fear the 54, learned how to evade or at least preemptive notch the Phoenixes from a distance. So if anything, I would use the Tomcat to disrupt the enemy or try and get the kills in close range.
So you're saying you would wait for the Phoenix either in close range and utilize it then, or to just cause disruption and confusion in the enemy line?
Just to break their ingress in the beginning, to get them off what they wanted to do, especially if there's no pre-planned, prepared notch or preemptive notch, to split them into a different group, so that and that might cause some confusion. One pilot might go the wrong way instead of the other way, and there could be some disarray, and then take advantage of the chaos. But it's rather difficult to get long range Phoenix kills at the moment, especially against high competitive players like this.
That makes sense. Mazzucato saying it's sad the Rios don't get any notoriety. Dude, they don't get notoriety because I don't know who the hell the Rios are. So it's really hard for me to say, hey, I know who that Rio is, because I don't know. But Mazzucato says the Camper FX is the Rio for Praetorian. So big shout out to him being Praetorian's Rio. The Tomcat really doesn't work very well if you don't have a Rio. And Jaster might as well not work at all sometimes for some of the crap that he does. But missiles out and about for both teams. Beef now defending an incoming 120. That's going to be on his right side. That's going to be over there. And there it goes. Just doesn't have quite the juice to be able to stick with Beef. Beef recognizes that missile's trashed and immediately turns in hot on the ECV56 side. Meanwhile, AIM-54 has been launched from Praetorian, but that's not tracking anybody. So you guys can see it right here. There's the AIM-54, and it just wasn't tracking anybody. Praetorian not able, seemingly, and Camper to guide that to Pitbull, and it just flies off on its journey to become a satellite. Well, that one actually may become Ninja Squirrel Fodder, so it's headed down to the ground. Gandalf now, he's got missiles coming in at him from all different directions, every which way. Watching him as he tries to defend. Here is Gandalf, 120 from his rear end and 120 from his right, or east, we should say. Mach 1 for him. He's still at 3,000 feet, so could stand to get a little bit lower, but missiles are now out of juice, and he's going to be okay. Missiles launch from Chueco and Gandalf onto Beef. Beef does a good job of extending early. Now down to the south, missiles being exchanged between Fortinero and Anomaly. Neither of those are going to be a factor, so lots of posturing shots coming here. But again, the defensive maneuvering being done by both teams is excellent. Nobody waiting too long. They're driving missiles into the ground. They're bleeding them out of energy, doing a great job. The times when they're getting hit is when they're getting dragon bagged by a wingman. AIM 54 now, out from Praetorian. Where is that missile? Here it is. And it's going to be on Anomaly. Anomaly trying to run away from it. Anomaly 7.5 miles ahead of this missile. An Anomaly, if we grab his point of view and put that on split screen, just in case. Missile's now 2 miles away. Missile's under 1,000 knots. And Anomaly doing a little bit of serpentine work to bleed the last remaining bit of energy out of this missile. It's going to try so hard, but it runs into the ground in the customary non-explosive way of the Phoenix. Both teams, Anomaly broke away, having recommitted. Fortinero launching a 120 up here to the north onto Fargo. Beef mutually supporting Fargo. Now coming in on Fortinero and Gandalf, but he's got Praetorian in from the south. So much better mutual support coming from ECV56. They're not all cold or hot at the same time. I like it. They're in a grinder-esque situation because if you look at TAC view, in the upper left corner, Gandalf and Fortinero are cold, but Chueco and Praetorian are hot. This is much better than what we saw in round one. Much, much better. 120 now, out from Anomaly on to Praetorian. Praetorian needs to defend. Comes left, puts the missile on his 6. Missile's already down under Mach 2, no problem. Main TAC view here. ECV56 is much, much closer together. Much closer together. WadaFak has more of this box formation going on. Enjoy and Fargo in the rear, Beef and Anomaly in the front. Beef and Anomaly now extending while Fargo and Enjoy have turned hot. Chueco and Gandalf on the ECV56 side are hot as well. And maybe it may be able to get a 2v1 situation against Fargo. What's going on with Gandalf? Breaking away. Got to utilize those opportunities when you can. Chueco isolated as his wingman is broken away. 120s from 2 different directions from Beef and Anomaly. Chueco needs to be careful. He's got missiles. How far away is it? Where is it? I don't see it. There it is. 2.6 miles behind him. Oh, one is much, much. Holy crap! That thing is right there sniffing at his ass, and it just didn't quite have enough to be able to reach out and tap him. I was trying to find it, and I thought it was 2 miles away, but it was on top of him. Chueco gets damn lucky getting away from that. Now down to the south, Fargo, maybe in a similar situation with a 120 coming for him. 0.3 miles, he's able to line his sight or drive that one to the ground. So Fargo having an easier time defending that missile. But that thing got really close to Chueco. Butt pucker time indeed, White Widow. Anomaly now trying to make something happen for Team WadaFak. 120 off from Anomaly's wingtip. He has one 120 remaining, and that 120 is going to be coming in onto Gandalf. So Gandalf in the F-18. He's got a missile. Half mile. He's dead. Gandalf is gone. Wings clipped. Gandalf deleted from combat. Let's pause this and take a look at everything that's going on. That was just a lack of defensive maneuvering from Gandalf. I don't know what happened there. We're going to back it up just to take a look. So here is Anomaly. Launched. How fast was he? Anomaly's Mach 1.2, 5,000 feet. I'd like to see him higher, but, you know, not a bad shot. Launches in on Gandalf, and Gandalf's issue here was he recommitted into the missile. And he was in a bank turn. Look how long Gandalf is in this bank. I don't even know that Gandalf knew this missile was coming for him. You do not have RWR out of the top of your jet, out of your lift vector. It doesn't happen. Somebody asked for ranges. 8 miles. So I'd like to see him a little bit closer, but not an awful shot, especially maybe Anomaly recognize that, hey, this guy is in a turn. I've got an opportunity here, and he capitalizes on it. Now, the other thing to note is this missile possibly could have been on Chueco and then picked Gandalf up in the collateral because, look, they're both dumping countermeasures. Chueco's dumping CM, Gandalf's dumping CM, so there's collateral spikes going on here. The 120 seems to see both of them, I think, picks Gandalf at the last moment, makes the correct decision, and gets oh, actually, Chueco's defending a missile up to the north from Beef. Okay, that's where that came from Beef. That's why Chueco was dumping countermeasures. But unfortunate turn of events for Gandalf. He's in his bank turn and just doesn't see that missile coming for his face. So let's continue on here. Anomaly now has got a Mark 47 headed his way. There it is off to his left. 1 mile, he's going to notch that. Oh, holy crap! Good God! That was within inches of Anomaly's nose. That kind of scared me. That came right through my viewport. Holy crap! That was close. Fortinero now coming in onto Beef. Did he launch something? I got to pause this because there's launches coming from everywhere. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, hold on. My cameras are all kind of a mess. Sorry, guys. Just fixing something here. Okay. So we're going to come in here with Fortinero, who has just launched onto, I think that's on Beef, and then he's got a 120, Fortinero does, coming for him. So how far is this? Oh, that's really close. I think Fortinero's dead, and I think Beef is dead. I think they're both dead.
A trade, yep.
They're both. This is going to be a trade for sure. So Beef's going to get slammed by this incoming missile. There it is. Come on now.
It missed Beef and it went and it hit negative. It missed Fargo and it hit Beef. So it's not a trade. Fargo shot the missile.
Oh, Fargo took down Fortinero.
Yeah, but Fortinero's missile hit Beef behind him.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to correct the cameras that got a little desynced here. The bane of running 3 cameras at the same time. So we're going to continue on. Here we go. Letting everything catch up. 120's now out from Enjoy from WadaFak onto Praetorian. Praetorian responds with a 120 of his own. And we are good. There we go. So now we've got everybody rocking and rolling here. Everyone is cruising. Anomaly, Fargo, and Enjoy remaining for Team WadaFak. Praetorian and Chueco are the only ones left for ECV56. Gandalf and Fortinero have gone down, and Beef has gone down for Team WadaFak. Gandalf and Fortinero for ECV56. Fargo now coming in for Team WadaFak onto the 2-ship of Chueco and Praetorian. I really do not like that Chueco and Praetorian are both cold. This was a terrible sign for Team WadaFak in round 2 where both of them were cold, and now both of these guys are cold. Fargo launching a 120 out onto Praetorian. Praetorian needs to be very careful. He's still hot. Praetorian, I don't know if he knows this is coming, waits to get an aim 7 off. I think he's dead now. Half mile now incoming for that 120 Charlie. Here it comes and slams into the back of Praetorian's aircraft. He's gone. And Chueco's the only man left. Launches on Fargo. So it's 1v3 for Chueco. Missile incoming for Fargo. Fargo not doing a very good job defending. Missile hits Fargo, so Chueco gets 1 notch on his belt. It's now a 1v2. 1v2 now. Chueco trying to make something happen. 2 120s left on his F-16, and we're going to put a camera on everyone because we've got 3 combatants left. Anomaly's got his brakes out. 120 now out from Chueco onto Anomaly in the upper right corner. Here it comes. Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. He's trying to defend. First missile misses. Pause. Oh! And Enjoy got smashed. So now it's a 1-on-1. In this situation, Chueco has no weapons left. He's got his gun, but that is it. Chueco tries to get some guns on target. Anomaly's got his brakes out. Chueco on the left, Anomaly on the right. These guys are now in the 2 circle. Chueco is much faster than Anomaly. He may have the cornering advantage, but he doesn't have any missiles left. Does Anomaly have any missiles left? I don't think either of them have missiles left. Both down to M61. Only the 20 mil is going to decide who is best, and Chueco's making his way around the circle. Doesn't try to pull too much there. Oh, no, Anomaly, why did you change direction? No! You solved all kinds of geometry issues for Chueco and allowed him an easy path to stay on your 6. You do not change directions. Chueco, 393 knots. Anomaly, 393 knots, but Chueco pulling hard, trying to get that shot. We may see a shot imminently. Here comes broadside right here. Lines it up and it gets him. 20 mil deletes Anomaly.
Nice to see a guns kill in the game.
Oh, what an
That was
ending.
10.
What an ending to that round. What an ending to that match. Woo! I need some recovery. Anomaly, you were just in a rough spot, and I think Coyote pointed this out. You had your brakes out.
I think he has engine problems.
Oh, he does?
Something's going wrong with
Oh,
his
he's out of
aircraft.
fuel.
He has no fuel.
Is this in a draw? There's no round 4, guys. It'll just end in a draw.
If he cannot make it back or if he lands, it is a draw.
It's a draw. Wow.
Match is a draw. Look at that.
That is a draw. Oh, man. What a way to end the first match of the season. Goes down to a draw. That is crazy. Just absolutely crazy. Wow.
Fantastic match. Wonderful for it to go 3 rounds, and that it's fascinating that fuel became a problem. I did notice the Tomcat dropping its tanks fairly early in the round. I don't fly the Tomcat, so I don't know how much fuel it uses, but fuel management obviously turned out to be a problem.
It did. So guys, here's what's going to happen. We've got 2 more rounds, or 2 more matches to come today. So not just one, we got 2 more. 2 more. Next match is Task Force Trident against Golden Crown. Then following that, we've got Phoenix Task Force against Task Force Trident. So the next match is another 4v4, and the last match is going to be 6v6. Second voice is hella quiet? Really? Hold on. Like how loud is hella quiet?
Shifty, you're correct. 100% correct.
Correct.
It was the 16 No, it was the 16 that ran out of fuel, not the Tomcat.
Yeah.
But overall, uh, now I can't remember how the Tomcat died in that last round. Was it hit by a missile or did it?
Yeah, Fargo
crash?
hit him with a missile.
All right, because just before he died, he put out an AIM-7 and 2 AIM-9s. But yes, Shifty, 100% correct.
All right, guys. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes. All right? So that means we're going to get back at 1800 Zulu is going to be the next match. 15 minutes. Power break. That's right, Speed Demon. Allows me to get the match set up, the files and everything I need to get going and all that stuff. So 15 minutes from now, we will be back with Task Force Trident taking on Golden Crown in another 4v4 gold match. So stick around, go get something to eat, go say hi to the family, whatever you need to do. We will be back in 15 minutes. So don't leave. Oh yeah, more Dr. Pepper. DDP. That's how we roll. But actually, this new Coke Zero Sugar is actually really good. So, advertisements,
I don't
whatever.
believe you.
No? Dude, it's actually really good. It's really good. But anyway, 15 minutes from now, we will be back with our second match of the day, Task Force Trident against Golden Crown. So stick around. More action coming your guys' way.
Cool. All right. So I'm going to save my beer for just now. You've got the match file of the second one and the third one. Yeah, I sent it to you in Discord. But you would need to put that in. Our voice is still live for the record. Are you sure? Coyote, can you hear this? Oh,
Oh, it's nice to be on time. So nice. Bear's sitting there getting hammered on stream, you know. It's just the way. I just had some Wisconsin cheese curds because those are fucking awesome. Now I got to get my caffeine. But we are here. Round 2. Match 2. Not round 2. Match 2. Task Force Trident taking on Golden Crown. Task Force Trident taking on Golden Crown. Let's get into the sim and see how these guys are going to get on. Here we go.
Godata Minervoti are the bases today.
Oh, there's shit all over the place. Let's get rid of that stuff. So Bear says Godata Minervoti, and these teams are taking all the weapons. 6 Phoenix on that Tomcat. I saw Animal. Flip over and look at him. Animal in the Hornet, which you guys can't see because I had to shut down those clients. So we're going to fix that. There we go. Shut down those clients. They should be coming up here in just a minute. Animal with 10 AMRAMs. 10! Look at that! Missiles o'plenty. Godfather of missiles. Right there. Animal. 10 AMRAMs on his jet. Only 1 fuel tank. Who's flying today? Let's take a look. Hopefully this is right. That's not right. Is this right? It's not right either. I did change this. How about this one? Golden Crown. Being flown 3 F-16, 0 Alley Cat, Arimer, and Leon in the F-14. And then I'm going to fix this right quickly. I don't know why that didn't work. I'll get better at this, guys, as we get going. There's so many things now that we've added that I'm now having to do with graphics and stuff. I just got to, get them in the right order. Why didn't that work? Round 1 and 3. Let's do this.
So you got the emphasis on the wrong syllable for that aria mer.
Say that again.
Aria mer.
There we go. Task Force Trident being represented by 2 JF-17s, Kong and Nighthawk, an F-14 and Revenge and Animal in the F-18. So I did fix it. I fixed it. And we'll take a little bit more time in between rounds to make sure that I get it all right. And in the future, there's some things that I can do. It's just a learning process for me, ladies and gentlemen. To get all this, I could probably need another stream deck. We've added so much more stuff that I have to manage, and Bear's just over here drinking while I'm having aneurysms going through all of this crap to try and figure it all out and bring his face back up here and fix camera 2. That doesn't have audio. Why don't you have audio? Is your jet off, Rage? Yeah, his jet was off. So there was audio, but Rage's jet was off. I was very confused about what was going on there, but we're good. Camera 2 does indeed have audio. Was it just me? Did that look like an F-16? Did what look like an F-16? I mean, there's
F-15.
F-15 is what that looks like. White Widow. So Task Force Trident's got the 2 JF-17s, Nighthawk and Kong, Revenge in an F-16, and then Animal in an F-18. Golden Crown has got Leon in the F-14, 0 in the F-16, Area, and Alley Cat in the F-16s. And they are departing! Match 2, Golden Crown against Task Force Trident is underway. We are a-rollin'. Bear, you got any guesstimations or estimations for how this is going to go down? I think Task Force Trident... Man, all right, John Madden. One team's going to win. Come on. Come on.
Interesting lineup. No, true. It's an interesting lineup. It's interesting to see TFT moving away from F-14s for this round. It's the JF-17 versus the Tomcat. The 2 JF-17s, in fact, against the Tomcat. Does it pay off? Which team is stronger? I don't know.
Now, I will say, JF-17s don't contribute to the link. Tomcat doesn't contribute to the link. So there I got to give Golden Crown the situational awareness advantage for link contributions. Now, the JF-17 can see some stuff with its radar. It's got a decent radar. It's shown well. It's got an SD-10, so it's got range. They've got 8 SD-10s, whereas Leon in the F-14 has 6 Mark 60s. I'm going to assume they're Mark 60s, because why would you take anything else? But, yeah, I think Task Force Trident has, well, I'm going to say they're about even on situational awareness coming into this. The stream is live, Quadipus, but we stream from tracks. We do that because it takes away the ability of people to stream snipe. Let's get rid of our faces. The ability of people to stream snipe. It allows us to stream whenever we can instead of, at the discretion of when the teams fly. It allows the teams to be much more flexible with when they fly, because if I'm going to stream everything, it's really difficult to have the Australians and the Japanese and stuff fly on us Western countries' time zones. That's not fair. So this allows the best of everything. And the tracks, if you didn't know, it seems like it's live because it is a input by input replay of everything that goes on. These are server tracks. So there's virtually no corruption. So we see it exactly how it went down. Exactly how it went down. So it's just as good. We got the best of both worlds. And we can pause, which they can't do. So we got that going for us too. Seems like we got some more new faces. If you guys want to ride along with us and drive your own camera to !TacView, you do need TacView Advanced to be able to do that, but man, is it worth it. If you don't have TacView and you fly in flight sims, it's amazing. Amazing. Go ahead and try view so you guys can see. That's just a transition. I'm still learning my cameras. There's TacView. Finally sorted out why my TacView kept crashing. Well, that's good. That is good. That's always a plus. Tomcat is loud. Turn that down a little bit. Given the aircraft, Bear, how do you think this is going to go? ST-10 at altitude is a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely, and they have 2 of them. So there's 8 SD-10s in the air at least.
Well, if they don't die before launching all of them.
I still think it's fairly evenly matched. It's a mixed combination. If there were 4 F-16s on one side, then we know it's weighted towards one side. But
right. All right, so let's go over again who's flying. So for Task Force Trident, Kong and Nighthawk in the JF-17s, like Bear just said. Revenge in the F-16, Animal in the F-18. And then for Golden Crown, we have Zero, Alleycat, and Aramer. How do I say that? Aramer? Ariamer? Ariamer in F-16s, and Leon in the F-14. With 6 Phoenix, Bear, I think Leon will be deadly. Look at this. Look at where Leon is. 39,000 feet, about to come through 40,000 feet. He is at over Mach 1. If ever there were a Tomcat that would give me goosebumps that I have seen, this is him right here. High, fast, Mark 60 party bus on its way. Speed Demon says, finally a Tomcat going ham. He may be bigger than ham, right? He may be the whole swine, the whole pig pen coming to the party. Dude, Creedle, I love my altitude more than my lackluster shirt collars.
There's the first Phoenix off. Look, as all the teams are practicing to notch and evade Phoenixes, we're expecting long-range ones. We're looking for the smoke. Look at the smoke. We can see it on the screen. That was a long-range Phoenix launch out there at good speed and good altitude.
That was a very long Phoenix, I gotta say. That is launched further than you can see it, right? Visual range in DCS, from what I understand, field of view, is 40 miles. So they're not going to see this.
No, 50 miles, and
Is it 50 miles?
I'm fairly
it was
certain we're
40.
seeing. I think it starts rendering at 50, but I may be wrong.
Regardless, this was launched from further than their visual range and is at 61,000 feet. 61,000 feet, Mach 4. Now it's descending, and this thing's coming down like a freight train. And I don't know who it's coming in on. Can we tell yet?
It will either be Kong or
Kong or
Nighthawk.
Animal, but it's too high for Kong, so I think this is on Animal. So here's the split screen as this thing comes in. Animal, I think your days are numbered, my friend. He doesn't even know what's coming. He's slowly banking away. This man is dead. The telephone pole is about to impart the enema, and there it is. Animal deleted, gone, removed. No longer a factor in this match, and he dies before they even get a chance to do anything. That is how you use a Phoenix. Yeah, he's not ferocious. He's animal crackers, as Cookie says. Yeah, he's gone. Great shot by Leon, launched outside of visual range, 40 or 50 miles. Doesn't matter. That thing was launched from almost 60. Now we've got Kong and Nighthawk putting the SD-10s out. Can they come back? Can they come back? It's an uphill battle for now. This is an uphill fight now with that kill coming from Leon. And here is another Mark 60 out from Leon. That one's not going to have as much juice, but it's coming on to Kong. Kong's already low. Can we see it? It's going to be right there, 5 miles away. And Kong's in a pretty good position that he can line of sight this. And I think it lost him. It did lose him. So there it goes. Harmlessly flies behind him. Great defensive decision by Kong to be able to get away from that. SD-10, meanwhile, coming up onto 0. Let's get our first look at an SD-10. The baby telephone pole. Coming in towards, who's that coming in on? That's coming in on 0. Now, the SD-10 loses energy like a mofo. Once it enters low altitude, the SD-10 is virtually worthless. All right? SD-10, this thing might as well be a glide bomb right now. It's under Mach 1. 0 is at Mach 1.1. No factor. Pay attention to this, ladies and gentlemen, as this match continues to unfold, how rapidly the SD-10 decelerates at low altitude. Revenge now. Pushing back Araya. He's in a 1v2 against Alley Cat. Let's take a look at what he's got going on down here to the south. So here is Revenge in his F-16. He's got 4 AMRAAMs left, 2 tanks still on. Against the 2 ship of Alley Cat and Araya. He's broken away. I guess trying to look for greener pastures. Multiple SD-10s out now against Leon and 0. Lead SD-10 is going to be on 0. Second SD-10 is going to be on Leon. Let's grab both of those. And it is going to pass. They're both trashed. All right, so both of those are not going to be a factor. But there is a Mark 60 headed towards... Who's that on? Mark 60 is going to be headed towards Kong. But I think it's going to get line of sighted in the... Oh, it gets notched. Just at the last moment. Or did it pick up the JF-17 way out here in the distance? I can't tell. I think it did. I think it picked up the JF-17 after Kong was able to notch it. But we need to pay attention now to Revenge as he launches a 120 down here to the south onto, I want to say that's going to be on Araya. It is indeed going to be on Araya. And Araya, this missile's maneuvering at the last moment. Araya, here comes the equalizer. And bam! Araya's gone. So Revenge gets Task Force Trident on the board. Third Mark 60 out from Leon. He's got a bunch. Remember, he's got 6. He's not limited to 4. So Leon unleashes another Mark 60. That thing doesn't track. It's not on anybody. Not a bad shot, though. I love that they're utilizing these Mark 60s in another one out from Leon. Aim 120 now out from 0. Oh no. Oh, no. Oh, no. possible fratricide. 120 coming in on Leon. How could you do that? Why? What happened? No! Oh, no.
Malta, we missed that with the tack view.
Oh, that's okay. There's a camera that's messed up. That's my fault. I'm fixing it. What's going on here, though? There we go. Wait. What? The camera was screwed up, so we'll have to fix this in just a moment, guys. But Leon gets taken down by the friendly kill. No! That's terrible! Terrible! Zero just turns in like pew pew and sends one towards Leon. And they've shot themselves in the foot. They were up a man, or equal playing field, and now it's a 3v2 Kong Nighthawk revenge for Task Force Trident against Alley Cat and Zero. Revenge looking like he's in a really good position against Alley Cat, so let's ride along with him. What's going on here? There we go. So Revenge now trying to come in on Alley Cat. These guys are head on. And there is Alley Cat out in the distance. 120 out from Revenge. And Revenge, Alley Cat's dead. Goodbye, Alley Cat. Alley Cat is now a dead cat. Gone. Pausing this again to take a look at what's going on here. So now we've got the one-on-one that was Revenge against Alley Cat has now gone away. And since the cameras are a little bit screwed up, now we have the 2v1 up here. Kong and Nighthawk against Zero. Kong and Nighthawk against the Singleton. These cameras matched up to 20. Yes, they are. So we're going to put this on. There's one of them. We're going to grab Kong Zero again. I guess we can't see it. So 2 and 3. Here we go. So now multiple missiles coming in onto Zero, and Zero gets taken down. And that's it. So things went extraordinarily bad for Golden Crown after shooting themselves.
Yep, the fratricide cost them terribly.
What happened there, though? What happened? Why?
TMS left.
I'm just at a loss to how that could even happen. I mean, he wasn't even... Oh, let's look at the TAC view and take a look at what went down there. What in God's green earth? So Leon's out here in front, launching the AIM-54s. SD-10s being discarded. Leon launches another AIM-54. 120 launched on Nighthawk. And I wonder if it just came down to the radar jumping. Right? If these guys were on top of one another and the radar jumped. Because they're right in line with one another during this first shot with Zero onto Leon, or first shot for Zero on a Nighthawk. And then I think the radar probably jumped onto Leon because they're about co-altitude. And then he just went and continued on the sort. Didn't bother to IFF that. He just assumed it was an enemy. And the 120 takes Leon to Pound Town, and Leon goes down. And that was the beginning of the end for Golden Crown here in round 1.
Was dual target track a thing in this version?
I think so.
So yeah, I wonder if he was in RWS and he was going for the 2, it wouldn't jump. In TWS it might jump, but that
most guys just fly in TWS though. So that very well could have jumped. And that's what I'm guessing here what happened to Zero and why he shot down Lee. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt for shooting a friendly. I mean, I can't. I'm trying.
Zero, where are you? What did you do?
But he got taken down. Kong almost gets hit by this 120 from Zero. Zero defends against this SD-10. Barely. Oh, he line of sights it at the last moment. Oh, he went into the ground. So the missile didn't actually kill him. I think it was the ground that took down Zero there. Oh, but he took down Nighthawk from the grave. I didn't even realize that. So Nighthawk got taken down. And Kong and Revenge are the only ones left. So Nighthawk could have been there. But Zero able to reach out and touch him with his cold, dead fingers. Almost got Kong, too. Very close. And I can't tell if this was a line of sight or a missile delay or a tree. But it doesn't matter. Zero goes down. And as long as these guys are able to RTB, Task Force Trident is going to get the round victory. Ali, Leon, yeah, sometimes it does happen. Not much you can do. Navy Doc, you don't understand, but I'm guessing that it was the radar jumping. It happens in the F-16, and that's my guess. Sorry, Bear, for cutting you off. Go ahead.
I was just saying that, where was it? The chat jumped. Somebody said something funny about the fact that it's normal for multiplayer that a friendly F-16 takes down an F-14. Not on purpose.
I've had the opposite where I've gotten launched on it a lot by friendly F-14s. And it was my understanding, and people debated this with me in chat, in a Discord that I won't name here, but I was pretty sure, and I'm still pretty confident, that in full fight jets, like the F-16 and the F-14 and the F-18, if you don't turn on your IFF, you're just going to show up as unidentified. But they told me that, no, you always show up as friendly. The IFF, turning it on, only allows you to interrogate other people. But that didn't make sense to me because there have been numerous times where I have IFF people multiple times. And it's shown unknown, and I've shot them and then they're friendly. So, and they're usually Tomcats. So my guess is that if you don't turn something on in the Tomcat, and I'm not saying that's what happened here, but my guess is if you don't turn something on in the Tomcat, I know DCS has Magic IFF, and it does for Flaming Cliffs, but even after talking to some of the other guys in the testing team, I'm pretty sure you have to turn IFF on for full flight jets. Flaming Cliffs definitely has Magic IFF all around.
There's no Flaming Cliff tests in this round.
No. I think the Tomcat does. I think. Because it's happened a couple times. I swear I'm not a terrible pilot and I IFF before I shoot an unknown target.
TMS left. Yeah.
Well, I know the Rio has to IFF targets, but I'm saying if I IFF a Tomcat, right? If I try and IFF a Tomcat, I swear they have a transponder they have to turn on. Because I've gotten it where it shows as empty. I mean, it could have been, what could have happened is that I saw him on data link and I tried to IFF him. Right? He was a memory track. I tried to IFF him and he went behind a hill, so I wasn't able to IFF him. That could have happened, but I swear I'm not a terrible pilot and that's happened before.
Cronenberg says that the F-14 Rio has a switch to IFF, but it's not supposed to function yet. Now, Cronenberg, firstly, one, if I had a Cronenberg, I'd be drinking that, but we're stuck on Jupiler. That's a beer. And yeah, I don't think it is functional in the F-14 yet.
But you're talking about IFFing other aircraft, not being interrogated yourself. right?
Correct,
I
because
just-
it was
okay.
an F6. It was the F16 that killed the F14.
Well, Saladino says a kill's a kill. Yeah, I mean, if you just walk into a friendly base and just start shooting everybody, I mean, you get your kill count up. Get your kill count up right there. Easy kills. That's just what Zero seemed to do. He's like, I got to get a kill on the scoreboard, right? I got to get something. Leon, you're closest. I might as well shoot you. And Zero did take down Nighthawk. Unfortunately, it was after Zero was already dead. Kong now coming in on to finals here. Where are we at? Guadada and
Mineral Vodi.
Mineral Vodi. Okay. So Kong at Guadada is going to put it down. These guys will then reverse. Did they head back to their friendly bases, or is this where
We
Golden
actually
Crown
have
took
a split where Revenge went to the to Mineral Vodi
Interesting.
and Kong went to Gudada.
Interesting. Indeed we do. Here's that view. So Kong landing at Guadada and Revenge going up here to Vodi. Wonder why they did that.
They own the zone, and because they own the zone, they own both bases, and they can return to either.
Yeah,
one.
but why split? Just because?
I'd go for the closest one. Waypoint 4 is the enemy base. Waypoint 1 is your home base, and punch in which one's closer and go for the closer one.
Interesting. Well, Kong puts it down, giving Task Force Trident the round victory. They're up 1-0 over Golden Crown in this Guadada taking on Mineral Vodi fight between two airfields. We are going to move on to a break. We're going to see Navy Doc's favorite trailer, because I need a few minutes. And then we'll be back with round 2. Task Force Trident taking on Golden Crown. TFT up 1-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the sim. Currently looking at Task Force Trident, and Bear's camera didn't load. There we go. Currently in the sim, these guys are reverse spots. Task Force Trident 1, round 1 Rage. That F-15 is not active. I think they're just sitting there with a pilot, and he was loading in. He'll switch to a different one. He just loaded in an F-15 at the beginning in case somebody disconnects. So, Bear, can you explain, since we're talking about disconnects, before we start talking about the previous round, the new disconnect rule? I mean, I know we talked about that at the very, very beginning of today's stream, but can you tell everybody what changed about the disconnect rule and how it functions?
Obviously, it's terrible when people disconnect, and we've had the rule in the past where if you disconnect before you've taken off, you can reconnect. We've now put a home zone, a zone around the home base of both sides, and provided the plane has not left that home base, they may respawn if they have an unfortunate disconnect. It's what we don't want to do is have somebody fly halfway to the zone, to the combat zone, disconnect intentionally, and then respawn because there's a Phoenix in the air or an SD-10 or something to that extent. So we're trying to give people a bit more of a chance, and it's more of a chance than they had last year by doing it. So, provided you understand the rules, it's...
Now, when you say not disconnect halfway to the zone, you're talking about if the rule existed that you could disconnect and reconnect as long as you didn't enter the zone. Correct? That was your presumption. So, the reason we put that rule in place, ladies and gentlemen, is because there's too much room to game the system if you're allowed to just disconnect and reconnect before entering the zone. You can play games, you can do all kinds of weird stuff. There's too much gray area. So we made it so there's this zone that Bear just talked about that extends a few miles away from the home base. And if you disconnect or blow up inside that zone when you're taking off, then you can reconnect. So we had too many problems last year with issues.
That ties in with other rules and things that are scripted, and that is that the aircraft that take off in round 1 are persistent for the rest of the rounds. You may not change your aircraft. We record which aircraft take off in round 1, and monitor them in round 2 and round 3. So taking off with an illegal aircraft in round 2 will blow you up, and if you're flying close to another person, it'll blow them up too, and there's a massive consequence in that.
Right.
The other thing that we changed, which was a rule that we haven't spoken about today, is regarding the weapon restrictions. Sure, you're not allowed air-to-ground weapons or bombs or AIM-9Xs. If you take off with an illegal loadout, it will tell you that you have an illegal loadout. As you take off, there will be a warning beep, and it'll go beep, beep, beep. You have an illegal loadout. You have the opportunity then to land, change your loadout, and take off again. What you cannot do is disconnect or select another slot, choose another aircraft, and take off, because if you do that, it will force you to take off and land again before you can continue. So I'm trying to catch everybody that's trying to game the system in any way, but at the end of the day, keep it as fair as possible for everybody.
I think you've done a pretty good job of implementing the ideas that we came up with. I'm the slave driver. Guys, it's I just give Bear ideas, and he's like, oh yeah, I can do that. And then he's like, I haven't talked to my wife in 3 months. My kids are foregoing me.
They're at university now. I missed their whole sort of elementary and high school sort of thing. They're apparently at university.
That's how long we've been doing this. Time flies, doesn't it?
Absolutely. No, but it's fun. And obviously got to give credit to Sean, because Sean is actually as equal as I am in terms of what we've put out.
Yeah, huge shout out to the entire staff that's put forth effort to making SATAL what it is this year. And I think it's already better than it was last year. The main issues now are just getting the teams organized for their matches and stuff, and it's... Did you see my message, Bear, that I did fix the TAC views? Export and all that?
Did I see the message that you changed? Yeah, iPhone, yes.
Okay. Well, let's talk about this match. So Task Force Trident came out on top with 2 pilots remaining. with Nighthawk succumbing to 0 from the grave. Do we think that is going to happen again? Leon, the Tomcat, Leon the Tiger, made his presence felt in the opening waves of round 1. Bear, if you were a betting man, do you think that same thing is going to happen again?
The difference between me and being a betting man is the fact that I normally take things into consideration, and that team kill could have cost Golden Crown round 1. That was the most unfortunate thing that could have happened. If Golden Crown keep that up and kill another team member, then I'm going in all in. But if they could figure out what went wrong with that and prevent another team kill, then I'm
Do you
fairly
think
certain
specifically though that Leon will get another early kill?
Wow. There is a possibility that would happen.
Task Force Trident
yes.
didn't really do anything to defend against that incoming Mark 60, and it schmammered their first contact all over the floor. So I'm of the position that if Leon launches from a similar position, a similar state, he may very well get an early kill again. But I think that's something else we need to talk about, and that is, did the teams change? Did I fix this? Let me fix this real quick. If Bear, Leon gets the early kill, do you think that's just a downhill slide going forward for
Task Force Trident.
Task Force Trident? As long as Golden Crown doesn't kill themselves again?
As long as they don't kill themselves, yes, possible. Absolutely. Yes, somebody just said it in chat as well, who's at Navy Doc. He thinks that TFT will be looking for the long-range Phoenix shot. If you're not looking for the long-range Phoenix shot, you're doing something wrong, right? We know we're going up against Tomcats. We can see it. We know that. If you're not looking for it, you're in trouble. If your enemy are clever, they might choose a long-range shot in round 1 and not do it in round 2 just to get more territory.
Right.
But
so let's talk about real quick who's flying, just to recap everybody. 2 JF-17s, Kong and Nighthawk, and then 2 16s, Revenge and Animal for Task Force Trident. And then we have Zero, Alley Cat, and Ariamer, F-16s, and Leon in the F-14. Actually, Leon is launching multiple Phoenix. There they go. 2 Mark 60s are off. Reminder, there is no restriction this year on how many Phoenix these guys can take. So he is coming in, trying to make something happen. And that launch is from over 60 miles. Over 60 miles. What? Well, let's grab them both. So here's the first one. Second one is right here. They've got potential. They're over 2,000 knots in indicated airspeed. Give you guys tack views so we can see how close these things are getting. Now under 2,000 knots for the left one, as it had a little bit of an aneurysm. Left one is the lead one. Right one is the trail. So left one's at Mach 3.2. Can't tell how fast the trail one is. It's at Mach 3, coming through 50,000 feet. Can't tell who their intended target is yet. It looks like one of them is coming in on Kong. And this lead one, if it's on Kong, Kong's going to die. He's not going to be the tyrant he was in the movies. He's going to be a little wuss. And here it comes. 1,200 knots still coming down through 31,000 feet. Kong delays his defense. Kong, goodbye. Kong is gone. So again, Leon with the early kill. Kong gets deleted, and the second Phoenix might as well not be a factor because it lost its intended target. But 62 miles. Leon gets the kill, and that missile hit him at over Mach 2.
Phoenix is deadly.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But Kong is gone. Doesn't get to hold on to the pretty girl. doesn't get to climb the Empire State Building. He is in pieces all over the Georgian countryside. So Task Force Trident already down to 3 men. Now, this happened in round 1. And then Zero goes and shoots Leon. So as long as Zero, the zookeeper, doesn't jump into the cage with Leon and shoot him, Leon took the gorilla title away from Kong. 120 out from Uriah Murr. Second one out from him. Mark 60 now. Another one out from Leon. Let's get rid of that AWACS. So aim 54. Can't tell who that one's on. We're going to ride along with it, though. Here it is. And these guys are still pretty well separated. Uriah, though, now getting pressed by an SC-10. So we're going to put this on split screen so you guys can see it. Aim 54. Don't know who it's on. May not be. It doesn't look like it's actually on anyone. And Uriah Murr just jettisoned her tanks. We're going to dump this Phoenix and ride along with Uriah. Is running away from an SC-10, and that thing is decelerating rapidly. But she's breaking back into it. She's breaking back into it. Is that smart? It should be right in front of her somewhere. She line-of-sighted it. It flew over her. So not a factor. We thought it was going to be a factor, but it ended up not being. Look at all the missiles that are in the air. Pause this so we don't miss anything. And Alley Cat looks like she's about ready to bend over and take one. Where is it? There it is. Mach 1.44 from that 120 coming in on Alley Cat. I don't know if it's a girl or a boy. Alley Cat just sounded feminine, so I went with the girl. Where's that missile? There it is. So 0.2 miles away, Mach 1.44. Alley Cat, I think, is as good as dead. Is there anything else going on in the general vicinity of anything right now? So Alley Cat actually launched. So here's a missile from Alley Cat. We'll have to keep an eye on Animal. So we'll go to split screen and watch this. Here we go. So missile 0.2 miles, 0.1 miles, and bam! Alley Cat's gone, but Animal's got a couple incoming threats onto his behind. There's 1.3 miles, and Animal's going to go down. So from the grave, Alley Cat able to dismember Animal. And people are falling, guys are falling like flies. And that's not a good look for the TAC view. 3 pilots remaining for GC, 2 for TFT, Nighthawk and Revenge, Uriah, Zero and Leon for GC. Nighthawk now getting pressed by Zero over here on the left, and then a possible 1v1 developing down here to the south with Uriah and Revenge.
They're getting close.
They are getting close. So here's Uriah, and here is Revenge. Going to split screen on both of these guys. I thought I was. Maybe I'm not. Oh, and Revenge gets hit from Uriah Murr. SD-10 now coming down onto Uriah Murr. She's now defending, or I don't know if it's a boy or girl. They're now defending down low. Missile was line of sight. It's on the other side. Aim 54, meanwhile, coming in. Can't tell who that one's on. It's on no one. It looked like it was launched at Nighthawk. And Nighthawk is going to be the only one left. And Uriah Murr finds themselves in a great position against Nighthawk, but decides to break off. Nighthawk now trying to make something happen in a 3v1. And they're all alone. And Uriah Murr Uriah Murr got killed by a friendly. This is like a ongoing trade. Oh, and then Nighthawk flies the ground on their own. But it's a trend for Golden Crown in shooting themselves in the foot. Team kill again. Was it Zero?
A-firm.
It
Zero
was?
kill.
No! Yeah. Oh, no. What about Bob says, not like this, not like this. And Zero
No.
is on a roll, but he's killing the wrong people. Just trying to pad those stats. Pad those stats, Bear.
Absolutely. It's -2 for a friendly kill, yeah?
Well, I don't know. It's not really tracked this year. Now, what are the odds that Zero just goes and kills Leon?
They should. There we go. I'm all in on that. Let's go for it.
I don't think that's going to happen, but
We'll double
it would
down.
be hilarious. If you can't defend my missile, you're not good enough to be on my team, says Derby. Well, that's kind of how it seemed. Well, let's go back and look at the TAC view. What happened? I mean, why?
I don't. God, that's just.
Just so. All right, so Araya Mur takes down Revenge.
Well, again, okay. So Araya Merge and Nighthawk were in a merge, and Zero was coming in.
You know
fired
what?
at what he thinks was Nighthawk, and it took
No,
Araya.
he fired at Nighthawk. You can see the missile. So you see it. It comes off the rail going for Nighthawk. Look at that. It's actually turning towards Nighthawk, and then all of a sudden it's like whoop, and turns off towards Araya. So I don't think that was intentional at all. This is just him shooting into a merge. This is exactly why you don't do that. You don't
Aim
shoot
7
into the
for
merge. Well, the F-16 can't carry aim 7s.
Exactly. Don't shoot into a merge.
Well, we're going to grab that missile and we can watch it. Let's see. Okay, so it's coming off. Yeah, you can see it tracking Nighthawk. It's pulling lead pursuit and then whoop, comes off onto Araya. So he didn't do that intentionally. I think it's him shooting at people that are overlapping, right? He did that against Leon. Leon flew right in front of him. And then he did that here again on his teammate. And the missile, Nighthawk just says, I got this. Let me do this for you. And instead of eating the missile, just flies into the trees. But should Zero have shot there? No. Did Zero intentionally kill his teammate? Also no. So, food for thought.
You're in a 3v1. You have the advantage.
Yeah.
All you need to do is gather spacing, and certain pilots need to choose whether they are the attacker or whether they're going to defend. Get spacing and call who is the attacker. Araya was already in the merge with it. If he was in trouble and he had no missiles, he could have extended away, while the support of Leon and Zero coming in, they should have got into a space where they could have. Obviously, we have hindsight with an overview, but you know when you're 3v1.
Right. Yep. Radar's running extra janky today, says Sparrowhawk. That wasn't his radar. His radar had him locked. That was when the missile went Pitbull. The 120's radar picked up Araya and went for him instead of Nighthawk. So that wasn't at fault of the F-16's radar. That was the 120 radar. But that's exactly why you don't shoot into a merge, because when the 120 goes Pitbull, you don't know who it's going to lock onto.
Looks like they're heading for Minervoti. They took off from Gudada, so they are going for the enemy base.
Well, this was your idea about allowing teams to land at either base, so I got to give you credit for that. It is working. It's working nicely. I mean, Navy Doc, was it pilot error? Yes, because you shouldn't shoot in that situation. I'm simply saying it wasn't who he had locked up. That's all I'm saying there. You should never shoot into a merge. We've all done it in PvP. If you play PvP, you shouldn't do it. It's worked to our benefit sometimes. It works to your deficit, your detriment sometimes. Just don't do it. That's his mistake. Shooting into a merge. Saladino says that's Zero's declutter method. But Zero's now RTB. We can see Mineral Vody out there. He's going to be trailing Leon. Leon is up there, 4.5 miles ahead. So we'll put these guys on split screen so we can see both of them. But if GC lands, that means, Bear, what we got coming?
A third round.
Third round. That's
Second
right.
second round of the match of the competition, and 3 rounds in both. That's crazy.
That's an exciting
Wonderful.
way to opening SATAL. Never shoot into a merge. I see you're not a gambling man. Well, I mean, I guess. Unlike on Growling Sidewinder, if you commit a fratricide, you don't get kicked from this server. So I guess it works to your advantage. Just shoot all the things. They're all potential targets. You're not going to get kicked. You may not win the round, but you're not going to get kicked. The missile radar is what I was talking about, says Sparrowhawk. It only does foe or foe mode. It doesn't. Everyone is a potential target to the AIM 120 for sure. Next time before the merge, kill Zero with a preventative TK. That's what it seems like. We're 2 for 2 on Zero killing somebody in the final moments of a round.
If you had to sub a guy, now would be the time.
Oh, I'm tired, Bear. This is a long day.
I know, and we've got another match coming up after this.
A whole nother match.
It's fine. We could do 2 more if you want.
No!
Let's go for... Come on.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Sparrowhawk brings up another good point. The 120 is just trying to not be racist, right? It doesn't discriminate. There's no discrimination for the AMRAM. It is, you are all equal in the AMRAM's eyes. It is a purist. It sees everyone, it's colorblind, sees everyone in the same shade. Looking at our first DCS scandal, I think it was just very, very unfortunate for Zero. Zero, if you're listening, I hope you understand. I'm just giving you crap. Just 2 very unfortunate incidents that happened in back-to-back rounds. Man, who flies tomorrow? You know?
I can look it up very, very quickly because it's right in front of me.
Now, chat, this 3-round thing is not going to be a common occurrence. 2 rounds is not going to be a common occurrence either. They're going to happen, but not as many as 1 round. The reason we're doing 3 rounds today is because we bailed on yesterday's stream because of, I'm blaming Bear. No, I'm not. I'm blaming myself. We had many, many technical difficulties, and I felt like it wasn't worth trying to overcome those technical difficulties without testing. So we did this. And Bear, it doesn't actually look like the scoreboard works in tracks. So I don't know that it's worth worrying about at all. It still says
problems.
it's round 1. And it's definitely round 2, and I definitely changed that, so.
Did you hit save?
Yeah. So I just I won't worry about that anymore. I'll just leave it alone. I'll just put in some matches. I'll just put some null values in there, and we won't worry about it.
No problems. Tomorrow we have Outer Haven versus Harpier.
Okay, so just 1 tomorrow.
What? Yeah, but 1's not fun. Come on, let's do 2.
No!
Okay, 1.
I got other stuff I gotta do. I was gonna mow today, and for those that don't know, I love mowing. Like, it's, I don't know why. I love the smell of the fresh cut grass, but it's been raining a lot. And I mowed 2 of my neighbors' yards. That's how much I love mowing. But I can't because it's been raining. And I don't want to screw up their yard.
To put this in context, Malta sits on a like a mini tractor thing that he drives around in. It's not as fast as his F-16. No. It doesn't have Fox 3s or Fox 2s or Fox 1s, but that's what he does for fun, and that's how he relaxes.
I did like mowing with my push mower too, but my yard's too big to use a push mower. It would take like 3 or 4 hours to mow my yard with a push mower. It's not worth it. So Leon puts it down for Golden Crown here at Mineral Voti, which means we're going to round 3. So, we're going to get the round ready. We're going to watch some trailers, and we'll be back in the winner takes all. Golden Crown and Task Force Trident tied at 1 apiece. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sim is going. Can't see our cameras. Now you can. Bear's eating something real quick. Bear, really doesn't matter if you eat on stream. I eat on stream all the time. You know, we got lives. We've been streaming for going on 3 hours. We got another match after this one. So Task Force Trident taking on Golden Crown in a best of 3. We're in round 3. Leon continues to decimate in the early parts of these rounds. Aim 54 is ramrodding people. It's bending them over the couch and just sticking the hot poker where the sun don't shine. That is Leon with the telephone pole of the Aim 54. Now, if you wanted to picture the telephone pole and use your imagination, then you can. But that's where we're going to leave it for today. So let's get into the sim, see how this is going to go. Here we go. All right. Looking at Leon himself with the 6 Aim 54 Mark 60s. They have not been kind to Task Force Trident. Now, Task Force Trident was able to ride on the back of the friendly kills in round 1 to victory. They lost round 2. The question I have, Bear, and to chat, and to everyone, will Zero redeem himself? Will it be a zero to hero moment? Or is he going to kill yet another one of his compadres? I want to know. What do you think?
Wow, going three for 3. That's the trifecta. I mean, he'll earn a very special spot in our award ceremony for getting that right or wrong.
France just got back to me.
Cool.
Thought he did. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Never mind. Anyway, these guys are getting ready to go. Any anticipations for this? Do you think Leon... We've seen so many repeated events. Leon got almost an identical kill in round 1 and round 2. Zero committed a fratricide in round 1 and round 2. At the very end of each round. do you think Leon is going to get another Phoenix kill? Or is Task Force Trident finally going to figure it out?
I hope at this stage that they would have figured it out, because to lose those people early on, you're losing not only the ability of the minimum of 6 weapons that can be fired from that aircraft, but the fact that they can also suck in missiles and things like that. So hopefully they don't lose a person to a long range missile. It's devastating to the outcome of the round. It's not impossible to win after that, but it's still it makes it much harder for the remaining players.
Oh, it definitely does. Makes it hugely difficult for the remaining players when you take out one of your own teammates or get shot down early in a first pass aim 54. They might as well be the same thing, right? Which one do you think is more demoralizing?
The long range shot, actually. I think the long range shot is more demoralizing than a team kill, because I mean, they're both devastating. They're both terrible. The long range shot is something you can train against.
You mean you don't
normally die?
You don't train for your teammates killing you?
Well, obviously you do, and your situational awareness of knowing where your teammates are and your communication is extremely important in going far in this competition and in any fight that we go into. But as far as if there's something that every team needs to train for, they need to learn how to notch an ST10. They need to learn how to notch a 54 Charlie Alpha and 47 Alpha from long range. There's nothing worse than dying from 40-mile plus missile shots.
Now, something I think we do need to point out is that Golden Crown is running a different lineup. Cypher has stepped in for Golden Crown. Now, I'm hoping I have set this right. I'm gonna imagine that I've screwed this up again. Of course I have. There we go. There we go. So you've got Zero, Cypher, and Ryamir in F-16s, and then Leon in the F-14. So Cypher has stepped in. This was the lineup before. Cypher has stepped in for Alley Cat. All right, so Alley Cat is no longer flying. Okay. Cypher has stepped in for them. So this is the only substitution that we have seen during this matchup. Animal and Revenge are now taking active here for Task Force Trident. And I think they're just going to do a straight rolling departure. It looks like... yeah, they're going to do a rolling departure here. So Animal and Revenge doing a slightly delayed departure for Task Force Trident. I'm really anxious for Golden Crown here. Leon's gotten these early kills, but I think it's going to be time for Task Force Trident to realize the incoming Phoenix and put in preventative measures. And I'm also, and this is serious talk now, worried about the ongoing fratricidal problems that they've been encountering. So, will both teams get the crap together? Golden Crown not shooting themselves, and Task Force Trident not dying to the early missiles. And Bear, going back to what you thought about which one was more detrimental, I have to agree with you. The early long-range shot casualty, or the first pass casualty, is monumentally demoralizing. It's because the match or the round hasn't even started. Oh, and Ali says somebody for Task Force Trident disconnected. Oh no. So it's 3v4.
Wow. That is not good.
Who is it? Kong, Nighthawk, and Revenge.
Animal
DC'd. No. That is not a good start. 3v4 here right off the bat.
Is it possible for you to pause and go back to the TAC view? I'd like to see where Animal was when he DC'd.
We can. So here's the TAC view. And the reason we're doing this, ladies and gentlemen, is because there is a new rule that we talked about at the beginning of this match, that there's a bubble that you can't see, and actually we can look at it. I'll just show you on this view. This bubble is the home net. And if you disconnect inside that home net, you're allowed to reconnect. The server will allow you to reconnect, even if you've taken off. Even if you've taken off and gone wheels up, it doesn't matter. If you are within this bubble, you are allowed to reconnect. That's why it is there, right? You have a few miles, 2.5 miles roughly, to jump back in your jet. And the server will allow you to. If you try and reconnect outside of this bubble, you will not. Will it blow you up on the runway? Is that what it'll do, or it'll just delete you?
It'll prevent you from taking the slot.
Okay. So it'll prevent you from taking the slot. So there are preventative measures. You just won't even be able to get into an aircraft. But it will let you if you disconnect in here. Baron Shanov did an excellent job of allowing that to happen. Now, looking at the TAC view of where these guys are, when the DC takes place, he's right off the edge of the runway. He would have been able to reconnect. He should have reconnected, but I don't
100%.
see him reconnecting.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate.
I know that TFT were late joiners to the competition. They might have missed the meetings and that, but that is massively unfortunate because they were fully entitled to respawn at that point.
Absolutely. So Animal could have reconnected. I don't see him reconnecting. He could still reconnect. I mean, is there a timer when you can't reconnect anymore?
The only time you cannot reconnect is if the other team own the zone.
What about if the zone is contested?
If it's contested, they can still reconnect.
Okay. So this is going to be a 3v4. Golden Crown's favor. They have 4 pilots. Task Force tried it. Unless Animal reconnects, is going to be down to 3. Animal can reconnect. I got to make that abundantly clear. Animal can reconnect. Riding along now with Kong in the ST-10 carrying JF-17. Needs to turn his lights off. Maybe he hasn't fenced in yet. Oh, Bear, I'm tired. It's 2 o'clock local. Been doing this for 3 hours. I don't have the endurance for this anymore.
It's 9 o'clock, just past 9 o'clock here, PM. Alpha Whiskey's bored already. Hello, Alpha.
Bored? Is it just me thinking that no stream's going to be longer than this one this season? Maybe. I don't know. I like the short streams. I think they're more digestible. They're more exciting. Because as they go on, I start running out of energy. Right? My excitement level goes down because I'm just worn out. Like, this is to scream and yell and run all these cameras and stuff. It's exhausting. Sparrowhawk.
2 telephone poles, please.
Clone Moltar. I don't know that my wife would want 2 of me. I don't know that you'd want 2 of me in existence. It just sounds like a bad time for society in general.
And for the record, I certainly don't want 2 of
No.
Moltar.
Well, I wouldn't want 2 of you.
2 of me would do double the work in half the time.
Oh, well, I guess. Just 2 of me telling you what to do is, I guess, what you'd be worried about.
That's true, because then I'm gonna have to do 8 times the work in 16 times the time, and that's just you're gonna need 32 of me.
AIM 54 Mark 60 now out from Leon, again from approximately 60 miles. Question on my mind, and I'm sure on many viewers, will this be a factor? Is this going to rip somebody a new one? I need to catch up on TAC view because we're behind. There we go. It's the AIM 54, 60,000 feet, Mach 5.5 right now. Now, when it has its aneurysm, it does slow down quite a bit. Here's the AIM 54. 2,700 knots, 62,000 feet. Can't tell who it's on. Looks like it's on Revenge. Revenge is at 23,000 feet, over Mach 1, just slightly. I think the Phoenix is on him. It's slowly starting to come down, Mach 4.2. There's the aneurysm. Bleeds about a Mach of energy right there. Do we see Revenge yet? I don't see a dot. Don't see a dot for him out there. Missiles down to Mach 3, 45,000 feet, still cruising. Let's grab Revenge. Revenge is here. He's getting the missile warning now. He's banking into the missile. Interesting. There's Revenge on the missile's point of view. There is the missile on Revenge's point of view. Missile's still rapidly encroaching. 1,009. Oh, man, that thing got a lot closer than I thought it was going to. That thing was within a few hundred feet of Revenge's aircraft, and he just barely skates out of there. So Leon seems to have found a very good launching parameter for his Tomcat. And I'm gonna eat some pretzels.
But he didn't get the kill on this one.
He didn't, but it got very close.
It disrupted the other team, so it had a purpose. However, just not close enough.
Just not close enough, but I would say still a good shot. Regardless of whether it connected or not, he's found a way to give the Phoenix a very high kill potential. Multiple Phoenix now out from Leon, so this is 2 and 3. Headed out. Here is Phoenix 2. And Phoenix 3 is here. Going to split screen again. And I will see if I can grab one of the targets. Looks like they're both on Nighthawk. All right. So Nighthawk is defending. You can see him on camera 3 in the bottom left corner. The TAC view should showcase how close these things are going to get. And Nighthawk, I don't see him. Where is he? First one's going to go into the ground. The second one's going to go in the ground too. So Bear, Task Force tried it. Seems to have found the answer.
They did. No long range fields. They passed phase 1 of the combat, and now it's time to get closer, and then you have to worry about the next part. Missiles firing at you from closer distances.
Well, then you also have to worry about if you're GC, your friend's killing you.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Task Force Trident to lose a man and to be only
that
3v4.
was very unfortunate.
That sucks. But they survived the the irony is they go through to this next stage of the fight with the same amount of people.
What do you... Oh, yeah. That is a very good point. You know, it might as well be that Leon got the kill, because that's how the other fights have ended up proceeding.
Yeah,
they go into the rest of the fight in a
three men
down. So it's like they've lost somebody to a long Phoenix. That's an excellent point.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still, that doesn't justify it for
for
TFT.
For sure.
But at least they're used to flying this part of the fight with 3 people. They did it in the first round. Can they do it in the third round?
Something I want to point out here, Bear, is Golden Crown is being much more aggressive, it would seem like, in this round. They've got a 2-ship of mutual support in Zero and Leon up here to the north. 120 out from Zero. AIM-54 out from Leon. Revenge down in the middle launches on Cypher, the newcomer for this round. AIM-120 coming up onto Cypher. Is it tracking? Yes. So here's the AIM-54 headed, 120 up towards Cypher. And we got an AIM-54 coming in onto Revenge. We're going to grab that from his perspective.
Well, Cypher's cold, but if he turns hot into it, that could be a dangerous thing. But
there it
the
is.
fact that he's cold.
AIM-54 on Revenge is notched. He's going to be okay getting away from that one. But the thing we need to point out is Revenge is now hot into an incursion with the 2-ship of Leon and Zero. AIM-54 now out from Leon. That's the 4th or 5th one, and this is danger time for the Tomcat, now Revenge. This thing is still moving. She is cruising. AIM-54 coming to revenge, and he's going to get ramrodded. Breaks away. AIM-54 up the behind. Revenge is gone. And we're going to pause this and take a look at the tac view of what we have going on here. That was Leon. I don't know who Leon's Rio is, or even if he has a Rio, but his shot selection has been on point today. Just on point. That was a great shot onto Revenge. A phenomenal shot. 17,000 feet, so it's high to low. Could be easily notched. How far was he from this? Under 10 miles. This missile will hit you like a Mack truck. He has, the only option he has in this situation is to notch it. You are not going to out-energy a Mark 60 from this range. And I don't know what Revenge was thinking. He gets into this notch, and then maybe he poo-pooed all over his cockpit and breaks away at the last minute. And the AIM-54 Seeker's just got to be like, ha! and laughing all the way to town. Because that's exactly what it wanted.
Yeah, he didn't commit to the notch there.
No.
And I mean, I've done that so many times where I'm not finding the notch, the sound is blaring, and I panic and I go, oh, well, stuff this, I can outrun it. But in reality, there's no chance that I can outrun it.
No. Unless
Commit to the notch.
he thought that was a 120. Which is possible.
True.
It's possible because
Absolutely.
they don't show up as unknowns anymore, right? That very well could have been thought of as a 120. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying it could have. Now, what happened? Oh, Leon's back there. I thought Leon died. So now we're down to a 2v4. As this is round 3, Bear, let's talk about, stay in this section for a few seconds longer. Does Task Force Trident get out of this? I mean, 2v4, they're kind of surrounded. Leon's pushed himself off out here to the north. He's kind of isolated, but not in any danger of anything. He's just not a factor.
Is this not the stage where they start team killing themselves?
Historically, in the last rounds, yes.
Because if that plays a factor, then yes. It's not impossible for TFT to get out of it. It's an uphill slope. But
something I just noticed down here to the south, Nighthawk taking on Araya. So that's going to be the next thing we need to look at is down here to the south, Nighthawk against Araya. Do they even siege? Well, almost. They're 2.5 miles apart.
I feel that the F-16 favors the other types of aircraft in mountainous maps, just based on its speed.
I could see that.
So, but Nighthawk at the moment where it's paused, 0.74 Mach, a little bit slow.
Does it not matter? Would it be better to turn into the Phoenix? No. The Phoenix will out-G you without really any problem. But this is going to be the next incursion we're going to watch. Nighthawk against Araya. All right? And then something we do need to point out is that we may have mutual support from Kong up here to the north. So pay attention to this depending on how this fight goes, because these guys are not too far away. 5 miles and 10 miles, respectively. 7 miles from his friend there. So here we go. Let's take a look.
Before you pause,
Yeah.
Is it too late?
Nope.
If you're Nighthawk, which way are you gonna turn? There's a mountain in the way. Is Nighthawk on the left?
In this situation where Nighthawk is, I go down. Nighthawk's on the left. The 120 is trying to come over the hill. A big part of this is going to depend on how fast Nighthawk can lose ground. Can he get low enough, fast enough, before the 120 crests the hill? That's going to be the factor here. If he's not, and the 120 makes it over the hill, before he's able to line his sight it, he's dead. But we're going to have to see. Here we go. So he was actually able to line his sight it early. The missile didn't track him. And Nighthawk, they're going to crest the hill at the same time. Do they see each other? Yes, they do. But Nighthawk's going somewhere else. He dove down, now breaking into Araya. Does Araya see him? I can't tell. I'm assuming they do. No. Continuing the turn, and I think Nighthawk sees Araya. Continuing to bank through, and now it's Araya that's at a significant disadvantage here. Nighthawk has the advantage. Oh, and then, who is that? Kong blows over the top. So now it's a 2v1. Missile out from Nighthawk, goes straight in the ground, so that got line of sighted. Araya shoots onto Kong. That doesn't track. We need to see a missile out from Nighthawk here soon. Does he have him? There goes an SD-10 onto Araya. Araya is dead. Gone for this world. Better for time for another place. There it is. Araya gone. Pausing so we don't miss anything else. So Zero finally able to capitalize on Nighthawk. No. Nighthawk on Araya. Excuse me. Let's look at the TAC view here. So that was just a slow to develop fight. Leon, look at how far away Leon is from this fight. He might as well not even be participating in this. I mean, maybe he's afraid Zero's going to shoot him. We keep picking on Zero, but Leon's 12 miles away. Not a participant in this. Zero is actually in a really good position against Nighthawk. Does he see him? Oh, Nighthawk's actually dead. No? Where's Nighthawk? Why don't I... Am I not... Oh, I'm probably looking at the wrong aircraft. Hold on. Let's do this. There we go. So he's actually looking right at Nighthawk. So Zero may have a very easy kill on Nighthawk right now. They're very, very close to one another. Task Force Trident's Kong doesn't know where anybody is. I think he sees Leon up here to the north, but Zero sees Nighthawk right now. Kong, I don't know what the position is of Kong. We're going to put both of these guys on screen. I don't know who Kong sees. Here's Kong. Sorry. There's Kong. I'm going to put Zero on screen against Nighthawk. There's the one on Nighthawk. And then we're going to put... who else are we going to put on here?
So we're still 2v3. We've got 3 Golden Crown and we've got 2 Task Force Trident.
I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay.
So 3 Golden Crown, 2 Task Force Trident. You guys ready? Here we go. So Nighthawk sees, or excuse me, Zero sees Nighthawk right now. He's got a couple 120s left. Needs to pull the trigger before he gets into the merge. There goes the 120. Good track on that missile. I think Nighthawk's gone. Nighthawk is gone. So now Kong. Who does Kong see? Kong, I think, sees Zero.
And it's a 3v1.
3v1.
In a JF.
So now we've got a 120 out from Cypher that doesn't track. Both these guys are on the 6 of Kong, but they see each other but not Kong. How does Kong make it out of this? Oh, he's just got balls. Recommits in on him. Zero's actually tunnel visioned onto his friendly. Kong unleashes a 120. No, it's an SD-10 onto Cypher. Takes down, no. It misses. Zero. Oh, he gets both of them. So now it's a 1v1. Leon on Kong. But Leon is in the perfect position, shows up at the right time, and hammers Kong. What?
So Leon went for the picnic up north and then just comes down to finish the party.
Yeah,
Well
he's like,
done.
guys, I drank my beer. I got this. Hold my beer. Check it out. Dude.
Actually, what Leon was doing is he was staying as far away from Zero as possible. Until Zero was out of the way, and then he's like, okay, I'm coming. It's safe for me to come in. I'm coming in. I will do it. Oh my goodness. Now, does he have fuel to make it back? Right? Worse things have happened tonight.
Yeah, we had round 1, or match 1 ended in a draw. After the guns kill, they ran out of fuel and had to ditch it in the Georgian countryside. Leon still has a Phoenix left? Does he really? Oh, he does! Okay,
Wow.
so he's still a force to be reckoned with. But while they're RTB, or while he's RTB, because he's the only one left, let's take a look at the... fix these cameras. Let's take a look at the TAC view here. And see what exactly transpired there at the end. So, here's who's left. 120 got line of sighted by Kong. No, we're here. Okay. So, Nighthawk. Are we there? No. We're...
It was 28-31.
So, Zero able to take down Nighthawk with the 120. There's that 120 right there. Nighthawk goes down. Then what I think happens is Cypher and Zero merge, and they can't tell who's who. What they should have realized is that Kong is in a JF-17. Visually ID your target. But Kong, not having been in that furball, is able to get out. You can see Zero pull in on Cypher. And I don't know if he locked him, caused Cypher to panic, but these guys are now breaking away from each other, and they just expose their sixes to Kong. Kong puts an SD-10 out onto Cypher. That one connects. Zero just pulls right in front of him and gives Kong the kill. And then Leon shows up. Leon the Destroyer from the north shows up at the perfect time, sends a couple AIM-9s out. Kong's got nothing and dies to those incoming AIM-9s. So Leon, us giving him crap for taking himself out of the fight, shows up at the right time and wins the match for Task Force Trident. Now, I got to give Task Force Trident props. They did that with 3 people. 3v4, and they took that to the last man. Now, Kong almost had that. Zero very well could have had another friendly kill. Almost. He merged with the friendly and was on the 6 of a friendly before Kong was able to pull Zero off of Cypher's butt.
Maybe his meds had kicked in by then.
Maybe. Maybe. These guys are RTB back to Guadada, and by guys, I mean Guy. It's Leon. Headed back to Guadada. And ladies and gentlemen, reminder, we still have one more round to go.
No.
One more match.
We have one more
Excuse me.
match to go.
One more match. Phoenix Task Force against Task Force Trident. Now, this is 4v4. The next match is going to be 6v6. So we've seen 4v4. Team WadaFak against ECV56 from Gold League. 4v4. Golden Crown against Task Force Trident. Gold League. And now we're going to see Gold League 6v6. Phoenix Task Force against Task Force Trident. So we very well may see a couple of the same guys flying for Task Force Trident coming in here. What do you think happened there, Bear? It just seemed like a mess. It was messy.
Well, I mean, from what I remember, because yes, it was a bit messy. What I remember is the unfortunate 3 players on Task Force Trident. What was good from Task Force Trident in that round is the fact that they didn't lose a person to a long-range Phoenix or a long-range missile of any sort.
Well, that was because they DC'd.
Yes, but they also didn't take advantage of the SD-10 at its range as well to disrupt the other team. And then in a 3v1 to end up being one survivor, something went wrong there.
When you say one survivor, you mean Kong taking out Cypher and Zero?
Well, no, he did, yes. But if you have 3 players against 1 player, and you all jump into the fur ball, you can end up with one survivor, like what happened now. Mm-hmm. Or you could treat it sensibly by creating spacing between you, having one person attack and 2 people support the person that's attacking, to protect him to an extent. You may lose that one, but then you've got another two people still to do it. But the fact that to go and lose two people in that 3v1 is that was a tactical error, or a decision error.
Let's look at this situation. So I got it on TAC view in the corner again. What I think happened here is the guys from Task Force Trident, well, the guys from Golden Crown, excuse me, who merged with Kong, did so without situational awareness. They just flew in there, didn't have a picture, went balls to the wall. Look at Cypher coming through here. Doesn't see him. Still doesn't see him. Still doesn't see him. And instead of just continuing on, tries to turn and find him. In this situation, ladies and gentlemen, if you cannot find him, just get the hell out of there. You're just creating a target opportunity on yourself for your opponent. So if you don't see him and you lack situational awareness, do not stay there. Because odds are is your opponent sees you, but you don't see him, and that is not a position you want to be in. That's exactly what happens to Cypher and Zero. They lose track of Kong. They try and stay in the same situation instead of getting the hell out of the way. What they could have done when they merged to one another is say, hey, pop flare, but they don't do that. They just merge with one another and allow Kong to recommit in a very good position and take both of them down. So, I got to give props to Kong, though, for making that happen. You know, sometimes teams present that opportunity to their opponent, and their opponent doesn't capitalize on it. Kong capitalized on it, and unfortunately had to deal with a third contender, Leon, coming in from the north. And I don't know what he did here. It almost looks like he panicked. He could have line-of-sighted those AIM-9s. He was co-altitude with his opponent, but just decided to turn into him instead. So it was what almost could have been for Kong, but Leon takes him out ahead of time. And Leon's the only man left. He is it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you misunderstood me in the sense of it should have been a guaranteed win when there's 3 blue and 1 red. And you know, worst case scenario, it ends up with 2 blue and no red, so you lose 1 blue in it. But the fact that they're clustered together made them easy targets to die. If they didn't see red, sure, that would explain it. But extend away from each other, build altitude to try and build a picture. And we have our dear friend Leon coming in from some altitude from the north that could potentially have shed some light on what was
Leon
happening.
I don't know what was happening there, but he didn't climb. He engaged Kong at co-altitude at 10,000 feet. If I were Leon, and if I were Golden Crown, I would have wanted Leon to be high. The higher you are, the better your situational awareness is. Your radar has better ability to look over things. If you catch the other guy while you're high, he's virtually dead, as long as you stay in an advantageous position. So I would have liked to see Leon come high from distance, because he had the distance to be able to do so, and then relay that information, because he's now going to be able to see his friendlies on radar, relay that information of where the opponent is to his friendlies. But that whole engagement was just kind of a mess. It was dirty. Kong almost made it happen. Leon was able to come out with it, and they win the round. So, and that gives them the match win. So Golden Crown, after getting obliterated in round 1, come back and win the match 2-1, which means, Bear, we're going to match 3. I don't know about you, but I need a little bit of a break. So,
good. Does the crowd want a match 3? Does the audience want a match 3? The third match?
What's going to happen regardless?
Copy.
Yeah, we're going to do it regardless. So, third match, 6v6 Gold League, Phoenix Task Force against Task Force Trident. We're going to take a 20-minute break, which means we will be back at, what time is it now? 17:35 Zulu? No. 1935 Zulu, which means we're going to be back at 5 till the hour. So 5 till the hour, we will be back with our third match, Phoenix Task Force against Task Force Trident. You got 20 minutes. Go get something to drink. Go get something to eat. We will be back with more SATAL jet on jet action. See you guys back here in just a minute.
See you on the other side.
Well, my camera died, so we're just going to leave the cameras off because I'm not used to streaming for this long. So the camera died. The timer lied. You know, what can you do? I saw somebody in chat, Dream, saying the timer lied. It was just, I missed it. I was talking to Bear. We were maybe on the grounds for something really cool, and then got really excited, and I forgot about everything. But timer didn't lie. You don't get to see my face, though, unfortunately, because my camera died. Because I've been streaming forever. A little bit of lag going with Falcon. Bear, are you tired? I'm tired.
No, I'm good. What's the opposite of sleeping tablets? Need some of those.
Caffeine tablets?
All right, we'll get
You
some
could
of
just
those.
take some cocaine or, speed, something.
Ooh, don't joke.
So today, 3 matches. We're in our 3rd match. Phoenix Task Force against Task Force Trident. Who is flying what? Let's see. Phoenix Task Force rocking Lucky, Kula, and Black Arrow all in F-14s. We have 14s for days today. Not really. Not really, because we only had 1 last match. Which reminds me, before we get into that, we need to do this. So the top killers, or the top pilots, were Leon, Kong, and Revenge. Leon had a 4-to-1 kill-to-death ratio in the last match for Golden Crown. 4-to-1! I think he only died once. And he was the man that carried the team. The man in round 3 that brought it home for his team. Kong did a very good job. 3 kills, 2 deaths. Revenge also did a very good job. 3 kills, 2 deaths. Let's look at the comparisons here. Kong on the left, Leon on the right. 4 kills for Leon, 3 for Kong, 1 death for Leon, 2 for Kong. Missiles fired, double for Leon. So Kong did a great job. But Leon, the man, the myth, the cat in the F-14 did a phenomenal job. Now, let's talk about who's flying today. Lucky, Kula, and Black Arrow in F-14s. Bear, I'm very shocked Black Arrow is not in an F-15 because that's typically what we've seen him in. And then
Yeah, an F-14.
Then Predator, Falcon, and Titan. I've never seen Titan before in F-16s. Then, for the opposite team, Task Force Trident, we have Nighthawk and Kong in JF-17s, Lynx of the Sky and Animal in 18s, Contrast and Chewie in F-16s. So, wealth of different aircraft in today's matchup. Many different airframes are being utilized in the matchup we are about to see. Given the lineups that you have seen so far, Bear, for this matchup, what do you anticipate is going to happen? We have like everything is represented full fi. There's no flaming cliffs. Everything's full fi. There's wealth of everything. What do you think is going to happen?
No, I'm very scared of, and I'll be extremely honest, I do not know the outcome of this match. I have not seen the tac views at all. I have not even scrolled through them. And I know that there was a list of somewhere that was printed out. I haven't seen it. The F-14s scare me, especially just because we just saw TFT get taken out with some long-range Phoenixes. And there's 3 of them. So that's very, very scary. I mean, that's possible.
That's a great point.
18 Phoenixes are potentially coming their way per round, and that's a very scary thing. But having said that, I like my fast movers. I love my F-16, so I really want to try and both teams have F-16. So
you're going with the Vipers, huh?
I gotta go with the Vipers. I gotta fly the Viper out.
Win or lose, Viper for life. Borchi says, by the way, as it mentioned somewhere, which mission setup the teams decide. Today's mission, this mission is Kataisi against Tbilisi. And you'll be able to see that when we go into the TAC view. But this is Kataisi against Tbilisi. So 3 different mission locations, Bear. You and I were talking about this while we were off. It's really nice to see a wealth of different missions, unlike what we saw in the 2020 season where it was always the same missions. And I give you credit for the idea that you had of AWACS on random missions.
Yeah, I'll explain that a little bit more, and that is that last year we had 36 missions across the diamond and the gold maps. Some of them had AWACS, some of them didn't have AWACS, but we found that 70% of the matches took place on one specific map, and it was a pain to update them. So when each server loads up, it puts random missions. It nominates random missions to have AWACS. And they differ every time. So you could, on the same day, have a match where a team flies in Batumi to Gadada, for example, with AWACS, and in another match, they don't have AWACS.
But on the same mission location.
Exactly the same mission location, just to different teams. So that was purely designed so that we could get a variety of maps, so we're not always stuck on the same map every single time.
And I've liked having the different terrain types, the different mission locations. It's been really great. I think it also throws a curveball into the team's mission banning process because they never know what missions are going to have AWACS or not. So you got to make decisions on the fly. It allows for people to make mistakes. It allows for different variables to come in. I think it was just all around excellent. So back to the match. Phoenix Task Force Tomcats. Again, let's take a look at who is flying for Phoenix Task Force. Lucky, Kula, and Black Arrow in those Tomcats. Very delayed departure for them. They waited 1 to 2 minutes before they themselves took off from Kataisi. Phoenix Task Force is coming out of Kataisi. Task Force Trident is coming out of Tbilisi. Now, this match has AWACS, so situational awareness should be about the same for the teams. But as far as contributors for the link, if we go again and look at who's on for Task Force Trident, contributors for the link, Task Force Trident actually has more contributors to the link than Phoenix Task Force does. But Phoenix Task Force, on the flip side of that coin, that very same coin, has much longer reach than Task Force Trident does. And as Barry, you pointed out earlier, the Phoenix is a huge weapon against Task Force Trident. Task Force Trident, I think, has some difficulty from what we saw in the last round in 4v4 dealing with the Phoenix. So are they going to be able to overcome that? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's an uphill battle, though. With this many Tomcats, this many Phoenix, I think it's going to be rough. I think it's going to be really, really rough for Task Force Trident, given how we saw them fly in the previous round. Now, let's talk about terrain. For the first time, let's talk about terrain in this one. This terrain, many of you guys, I'm assuming, fly on PvP. This mission location is effectively Growling Sidewinder, right? This is the Growling Sidewinder map. So many of you guys should be very familiar with this mission location and the terrain that we're about to encounter. Bullseye is about where most of the action takes place on GS. I would assume that's where we're going to see stuff go down today, but we're going to have to see. So while we're doing that, let's check out the bubble. Here is the bubble. Barry, you got any thoughts?
I'd like to see people spreading wide, and potentially it's being unfamiliar with the bubble, that they're playing it safe, because all the rounds that we've watched tonight, everything has been centered around the bullseye, and they've met each other very close to the center and worked their way towards the center. There hasn't been an advantage or a territorial push towards any one side. I still don't. It's an interesting tactical move for PTF to delay the Tomcats from behind, but they could be. My guess is that the planes in front are going to do a preemptive notch, and have the Tomcats come in fast and heavy behind them, with some long-range missiles. Let's hope. Well, if that is the case, let's hope that there are no casualties in the first
Now,
engagement.
much like Leon in the last round for Golden Crown, Phoenix Task Force's Tomcats are very, very high. All right, so let me give you guys the TAC view here so you guys can see the jets, you can see the map, and you can see the TAC view. I want you to pay attention to, on the TAC view specifically, look at the Tomcats who are Lucky, Black Arrow, and Kula in the back. Look at their altitude. 40,000 feet. And there goes the first Phoenix from Kula. And that missile is 45 miles. So they should be able to visually see it if they zoom in with field of view or with a camera on a Tomcat or a pod. But they're very, very high. And from last round, you saw those Phoenix get up to Mach 5.5, right? So we're actually seeing multiple. I just saw, I think it was Black Arrow launch one as well. So Kula launched one, Black Arrow I think launched one. Look how fast those Phoenix are going, right? Mach 5, now this one's already down to Mach, good Lord, that thing slowed down rapidly. Mach 2 point, already down under Mach 2. That thing shit itself up in the air. Black Arrow launched another one. But this one is the one we need to pay attention to as it comes in onto Chewie. Chewie not defending yet. And there's Chewie going to split screen. He's defending now. You can see their marks, and Chewie, I think, is dead. Early kill, much like we saw in the last match. Tried to defend it, gone. Deleted. Gone, removed,
no.
Disintegrated. And the Phoenix is here to rule the skies, ladies and gentlemen. Chewie, first pass, doesn't get a chance to do anything, eats it. And now we've got, actually, Kula launching another one. So Kula launching another Phoenix. Do I see it up there? There it goes. So there's the Phoenix from Kula. Kula was an F-14 pilot last year in SATAL, but he's launched this one on Contrast. And Contrast has launched a 120 from his jet, but the 120 is no Phoenix. It is not a telephone pole. It is a fence post. And this thing's coming. Contrast defending late. Here it comes, just coming off boost stage, and Contrast is gone. Oh, no. Phoenix Task Force, I'm sure, is going, oh, yeah. But Task Force Trident, oh, no. 2 pilots down in the first pass. Oh, dear. What is going on? Late defensive maneuvering coming from Task Force Trident. We saw in the last round against Golden Crown, they were having a hard time dealing with the Tomcat. And now they're against 3 Tomcats, and things are not going well for them. Kula coming in, didn't launch, defending now 120 from Animal. Black Arrow in the middle of the field has now launched an AIM-54. And that AIM-54 looks like it's on. I can't tell who it's on, but here it is. So that AIM-54 coming in onto somebody. It's on Links of the Sky. And here she comes. Closing. 1.5 mile. Face mile. Imminent. Gone. Deleted. Saw that in the bottom right corner. Keeping track of what Animal was doing just to make sure he didn't get taken down. Sorry, hit the wrong button there, guys. But Black Arrow now has a... Oop. Black Arrow now has an AIM, or an SD-10, excuse me, coming for him. We're going to pause this and take a look at the TAC view, just to look at what's going on. So Kula got 2 kills. Black Arrow got a kill. It's 3v6. 3v6. Flag guy saying, cute 120s. They're like baby missiles in comparison to the AIM-54. Chad 54, wrecking people. Wrecking face. Animal in the middle. Kong up to the north, and Nighthawk's like, he must have smoked something before coming into this because he's lost. Animal is the only one in here in the fight. And he's got a 120 coming on him. I think that's from Predator. I think that's who launched that. But let's continue here and see if Task Force Trident's going to be able to mount any type of comeback here and give themselves any type of hope of winning this round. So take a look at Animal, because the other two guys are so far out of the fight. I don't see them making an effort. 10 AMRAMs on Animal's jet. Still, 10 AMRAMs on Animal's jet. Up to the north, we do see a 120 getting launched on Kong. I do like this 120. It's a distant 120, but what it's going to do is it's going to force Kong to defend, and it's going to keep him out of the fight. And it may actually be on Nighthawk, I'm not sure. But I like these long 120s because it forces him out of the fight. And Black Arrow needs to be careful. He's got an SD-10 coming for him. I think that's on him. Ooh! And Black Arrow gets hit. So finally, something happens, and Black Arrow gets taken down. Now we've got a missile coming for Animal, and there's Animal going down. So things going and deteriorating continually for Task Force Trident. They finally got on the board, taking Phoenix Task Force's Black Arrow down. But it doesn't matter, because as soon as that happens, then Animal is removed. And now the next problem is Kong has an AIM-54 coming for his face. Where's Kong? Kong's right here. AIM-54 headed his way. Where's that AIM-54? Oh, there it is. AIM-54 just came off boost Mach a lot. 1.6 miles away. He's banking. He may notch this. He may notch this. Got to give him credit. I think he's going to notch it. Here comes notching. Oh, my goodness. Barely missed his jet. No countermeasures. Just balls out. Guy needs a wheelbarrow to carry his balls around in this fight. No wonder that Jeff is slow as crap for how big Kong's balls are in that jet, in that cockpit. But barely misses him. And he's alive to live another day. But he is head-on with Predator. Putting Predator on the other side of this. Predator is here, going split screen so we can watch both these guys. Kong dropping some chaff. Predator now trying to defend. Missile is 2 miles away. Predator, missile's chasing him. So Kong able to line of sight that. Kong lives. But he's got a multitude of enemy aircraft on him. AIM-54 out from Lucky. SD-10 out from his wingman. Can't tell who that is. Oh, it was actually on Kong, but didn't track. Oh, it was actually on the Phoenix. So the Phoenix got hit by an SD-10. I think that actually saved Kong's life there. And we actually missed a kill. Predator took down Animal. So while these guys are posturing, let's back up and look at this. Predator took down Animal. I think we missed that. Right in there. Predator able to capitalize on that and takes him down. But Kong now coming in against Falcon, trying to run down Predator. Kong now defending. Going back to his point of view. 120 coming for Kong. Split screen so we can see them both. Kong 3 miles out. Missile's going to be on Kong's left side. There's the 120. 1.5 miles out. I think he's going to line of sight it unless he gets really unlucky and pops out. Oh, no. Oh, no. Missile still tracking. 0.9 miles. Does it have enough energy? No, it does not. But the AIM-54 sure does. No, it doesn't. It flew right over his cockpit. So Kong continuing the Chad maneuvers. No cares in the world. Might as well not even see these damn missiles. I'm going to pause this to make sure we don't miss anything. Things are just flying by his cockpit. He's like, don't care, keep flying. And Kong is still alive. I don't even know that he knew that AIM-54 was on him. No idea.
No, he knows. He's in a Jeff. You sit in front of 3 large iPad Pros that have, and you've got this lady in your ear that's going, missile, AIM-54. It's 2 meters, 64 centimeters above your head.
Where is the opposition? Give you guys the TAC view look. So here's what we got. Nighthawk and Kong. Kong is still alive. Somehow. Somehow. He is still alive. Aim 54. Oh, Titan got deleted. I didn't see where that came from, but Titan got taken down. Missile coming for Kong's face. It's an Aim 54. That goes into the ground. Kong doesn't even have to try, and nothing's hitting him. Doesn't even care. He's like a girl trying to not show any type of emotion or trying to act like they don't care about you, but this 120, I think's got Kong's name written all over it. Treetop skimming takes Kong down. He is gone. Finally removed. And now Nighthawk is the only one left. 120 coming for Nighthawk. He's defending too late. He's dead. Half mile. Face smile. Goodbye. And Nighthawk's taken down. Falcon and Kula are the only ones left.
Wow.
Woo!
Right, so I remembered something, and that is that this is Task Force Trident's first 6v6
Yes.
SATAL. So, and PTF are no strangers to the 6v6 environment. If I put myself in TFT's shoes, I know exactly where they stand in the sense of 6v6 is a big upgrade. It's a different game. It's a different story, and this type of result can be expected. Having said such, they got kills and they didn't. There was no shame in this match.
Well, as one of the guys in chat says, Kong has plot armor.
There you go.
Man.
Wow.
That was crazy. That was crazy. I have never seen somebody with that many close calls on radar-guided missiles. Now, heaters, absolutely. Radar-guided missiles, definitely not. And Kong might as well have had plot armor, as Sparrowhawk said, because a lot of those missiles I think should have hit him, but they didn't. I like your point, Bear, about this being TFT's first 6v6. And honestly, they did pretty well. They did pretty well, especially for after losing three very early to Black Arrow and Kula to those long-range Aim 54s. I mean, they might as well have lost 3 combatants in the first pass and somehow still took down 3 Phoenix Task Force aircraft with the remaining 3. So I got to give them credit for that. I mean, you give it where it's due, and Task Force tried it, battled back to try and make something happen. And they took down 3 PTF guys with them.
They did. No, they did superbly well in that sense. It's a new ball game, and I mean, to all the teams that are now in 6v6, that come from 4v4 or other, welcome to the club, and this is what it's going to be. It's going to be a tough competition because there are phenomenal pilots out there in every single team, and it's going to just make fantastic season.
Sure.
Fantastic competition.
Now, to talk about chat, I want to go back and be more specific about what I was saying. I have never seen that many radar-guided missiles miss somebody that seemingly didn't know they were there. That's how I should say that. It was almost like he was eating a sandwich in his cockpit and looked out the window and said, "Oh, look, a missile." And then it flew by his canopy. Didn't care, wasn't trying to do anything. It was just, it didn't seem like he was actively trying to defeat them. Now, could he have been? Absolutely. But it didn't seem like he was paying any attention to them. So these guys, Falcon disconnected. I'm not entirely sure why, but he disconnected. Maybe he was running out of fuel. So we've got Kula and Lucky, our RTB right now. And I think this is a good opportunity to, again, go over who is flying in today's 6v6 Phoenix Task Force. Lucky is one of the guys that is left, and Kula is the other ones. The 2 F-14s all the way to the left are the 2 remaining combatants. F-14s, Bear, have done a very good job of surviving in today's rounds, right? Leon did it. Leon only died once in 3 rounds. Lucky and Kula, 2 of the 3 F-14s lived. So their survival rate's been really, really good. I got to give them credit for that. But the rest of the guys, Black Arrow, Predator, Falcon, and Titan, 1 F-14 and 3 F-16s, did go down, though it was with the fight. And then again, Task Force Trident, Nighthawk, and Kong, dead. Lynx of the Sky and Animal in their F-18s, dead. Contrast and Chewie, unfortunately, first to be dead. So all 6 of those guys are dead, but they did do a pretty good job of taking 3 combatants for Phoenix Task Force down with them. So shout out to them for doing that. What do you think, Bear?
I think
Task Force Trident has to do. I think SD10's you gotta do something with it.
Yeah, you can't lose 2 pilots to those long-range missiles so soon. That is devastating. That totally destroys any plan that you have to move on further. I mean, I know Chewie. Chewie's a good pilot. Chewie knows to look for missiles. I don't know why he didn't see it.
Well, I think here's what I see. Guys have gotten so used to being reactionary, maybe flying on GS and people not knowing how to utilize the Tomcat properly, that it seemed like Chewie and Contrast reacted to the missile warning. They were too high. They got the missile warning, and they might as well pulled their pants down and say, hey, stick it in me. Check if I'm done. And they died because they were reacting to the RWR warning that was coming for them, where if they were being proactive, like you were just talking about, seeing the missile early, right, and doing something before it gets to you, they could have very well lived. But they were reactionary in my eyes, and because of that being reactionary, they died. Fly Guy. Dude, references like that, if this is your first time here, this is what we do. Okay, this is our place. This is the bread and butter. You know, you can butter it on there too. Pants are down. Just put some on there. Anyway, these guys are RTB. Kataisi is right around the corner, and Lucky is going straight in. So here's Lucky as he goes straight in.
Fly Guy comment.
Fly Guy. Oh, the pull your pants down and just stick it in. See if they're done. You know?
Copy.
Navy Dog says 6v6, in my opinion, taxes these aircraft and pilots to the hilt. It very well does. Your situational awareness overload. There is so much stuff that you're thinking about because of the extra 4 aircraft in this arena. It definitely does tax you quite a bit more. There's so much more stuff going on that it can really catch people off guard if they're not paying attention. So I guess they're doing an overhead break.
It looks like it. Or he's too high and too fast and he doesn't have gear.
No, he's not lined up.
And off center. Must be a break.
Doesn't have to be perfect.
Does he have RPM?
Yeah, 75%.
Yeah.
So he's not out of fuel. Where's he going? Was it Kataisi or was it Sanaki?
It's Kataisi.
Now he's in an easy bank turn.
So to speak, as Mover would say.
So Lucky now turning around. Tempest dropping 100 bits. Thank you, brother. It just goes straight into the war chest of making this stream better. Love all the cat action. Where are the shirtless dudes in volleyballs? That's on my OnlyFans. Okay? You gotta pay to subscribe to that one. You know, me on my lawnmower, shirtless. That's what, we all know that's why you guys are really here. And just for
Tempest, how you doing, man?
There is no OnlyFans. DCS, guys, I've actually thought about doing an OnlyFans for DCS of just like cool shots, but I thought that'd be dumb. I thought that would be dumb. Monk drop. I'm in my mouth. Anyway, Monk with the 100 bits. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. This has to be the longest overhead break ever.
Just proving how much fuel you've got left.
I guess.
And he's got his tanks on still.
Static Actual says, well, they did try to ban porn. Yeah, what was that about? Let's ban something that our entire platform is built upon. That was dumb. From a business perspective, I don't get that. He still has another AIM-54. Lucky does still have another AIM-54. Does Kula? Kula has 2. Yeah. Oh, baby.
And bags.
Well, they both have bags.
Yeah.
That's the Chad maneuver. Come on. Get with the times.
Come on.
So Lucky,
pay for it.
Lucky able to put it down, giving PTF the round win. And what was actually a closer round than I thought it was going to be after those initial kills from Phoenix Task Force onto Task Force Trident. So great job by them. Guys, we're going to send it to the trailer. Get ready for round 2. Will Phoenix Task Force close it out in 2? Given what we just saw, I think they might. I think they might if the Tomcats show up to play again. But is Task Force Trident
show up?
They do. But will Task Force Trident allow Phoenix Task Force to use them as a scratching post? That I don't know. But that's coming at you guys in just a few minutes. Go grab something to drink, use the bathroom. We'll be back in just a bit.
I'm gonna go and get enough.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at TFT, Links of the Sky, Contrast, and Chewy here in the F-18 and 216s for Task Force Trident. Man, that was a rough time for TFT, taking those telephone poles. You know, you can only take the big stick for so long. Okay? At some point, it's going to hurt, Bear. And it started to hurt Task Force Trident.
You know how you died in the first round, so you're going to be super cautious of it the second round. Now, our Phoenix Task Force wise enough to know that we could probably expect them to do a pre-notch this time and hold back on the Phoenixes, or go again. Worked in round 1, keep to the same plan.
Lumen goes saying, "Well, don't bring a stick to a telephone pole fight." You know, that's an apt description. And then Tempest dropping 5 gifted subs to Borchi, 4 Wheels Wolf, Yaha Man, Solo Persian, and Holoro. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Ah, good times. Oh, and Raptor Dad came in with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, guys. Much appreciated. That just goes into really buying hardware, sending money to people and stuff for making the stream better. That's what this goes for. This isn't a money-making endeavor. This is a labor of love. Bear may be a labor of hate, but for me it's a labor of love because I just get to tell Bear what to do.
Well, we put the free in freelancer.
Yeah.
Sean's in my motto.
Let's talk about who's flying. Just to recap, we've got Phoenix Task Force, Lucky, Kula, Black Arrow. No. It's this one. Lucky, Kula, Black Arrow, Predator, Falcon, and Gory. So 3 14s, 3 16s. Obviously, it has to say the same from round to round, but they did make a substitution of Gory. And who'd they sub? Sub for Titan. All right, so Titan was there previously. And then, of course, Task Force Trident is Nighthawk, Kong, Lynx of the Sky, Animal, Contrast, and Chewie in the trifecta of different aircraft on their side. Do we think Task Force Trident has learned their lesson finally, Bear? Have they figured it out?
They have to. They have to. They must. They must. They're going to pre-notch. They're going to look out for the smoke trails. They're going to find them. They're not going to die to the first engagement. They've got to come back. I have faith.
So you think they're going to use their field of view, zoom in, look for those missile launches, react accordingly, instead of, pulling their pants down and turning them around, turning about face?
Face down, ass up. That's the way. Yeah, they have to. That's the only way. Otherwise, wave a white flag.
Yeah. Task Force Trident did do a great job after that initial pass. They've just got to figure out how not to die in the opening pass. They have to. If they do, they're great. If they don't, they're dead. Sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problems. Navy Duck, I agree it's their first match in 6v6 and that is totally understandable. This is not trying to make fun of them. I'm certainly not making fun of them. It's a tiny bit ironic because they were the first team last year to only sport 4 F-14s. So that they know how dangerous the F-14 has been. Sure, there's been changes in the aircraft and the missile, and that I want all the teams to do really well. I'm not backing either team in this side. I want each team to get better, to learn from the round that they lose and come back stronger and harder. We had 3 rounds in the first match. We had 3 rounds in the second match. Let's hope for 3 rounds in this match. Let's learn from the mistakes. Pull our socks up and go out there and do the best that we can.
Tempest says, okay, we need Bear and Moltar to do a hot tub commentary for 18's match. I don't know that you guys want to see me in a hot tub. Okay?
Can I wear my pink wig?
I mean, depends on where you wear it.
On my head.
Which one?
The top one. The bigger one.
Only posted on OnlyFans? All right, maybe. Maybe. But we're in round 2. Task Force Trident taking on Phoenix Task Force. Phoenix Task Force has come out in force with those F-14s. Does Task Force Trident have it in them to overcome the telephone pole carriers? They are taking off. We did see a delayed departure from Phoenix Task Force in the last round. Task Force Trident, however, is all taking off at the same time. They got to figure out the first pass. If they figure that out, I think they can take down Phoenix Task Force in round 2. If they don't, I think we're going to see a very similar thing happen what happened in round 1. I think.
Holding one person back on the runway? Is
no,
different to round 1?
There's 3 back there. They're all behind him. You just couldn't see
copy.
them.
All right. Same
Just
as
couldn't
first
see
round.
him. Yep. Very similar to round 1. All right. So here's the mission location. Kataisi against Tbilisi. I don't know that I like Phoenix Task Force leaving the F-14s behind. I think I'd like it the flip side. Lead with the F-14s, wouldn't you?
Well, they know they're up against Jeffs, so they're probably expecting Jeffs to fire long-range ST10s, and you don't want to have to preemptively notch ST10s with the Tomcats because you're going to lose the momentum and the speed and the altitude of the Tomcats. So
Right.
so throw the F-16s in the front, let them be the bait as such, which they'll notch or preemptively notch anything coming at them. And then you have the hard and fast power coming from behind, throwing, as you call them, telephone poles at them.
Now, do you think it may be possible that the reason they're doing this is because the lead jets, being not Tomcats, the defending aircraft may think they're AMRAAMs instead of Phoenix on the RWR as long as they're not a jet?
It would be possible if the F-14s follow the same line as the F-16s, but you can separate the RWR and you would be able to see the 14 or the 16 on it. So, no, I don't think that TFT are thinking that. Excuse me, can we go back? Are you saying that PTF are trying to hide the Phoenixes as ST10s? As 120s?
Yeah.
Or are you...
Yeah.
That is possible. That is possible, absolutely.
So somebody I thought Cs weren't allowed per rules. Everything is allowed. We made a last-minute change before the season started. The teams overwhelmingly wanted everything unrestricted. Like, it wasn't even close. It was like 40-5. So we unlocked everything. Nothing is restricted. There are 3 things. Ground weapons, nukes, and AIM-9X are banned. Everything else, totally unrestricted. If you can carry 10 AMRAAMs, you're allowed to carry 10 AMRAAMs. If you could theoretically carry 15 Phoenix on a jet, you could carry it. But you can only carry 6, mind you. But you're allowed to carry as many of a specific missile as the jet will allow you. So that's where we're at. F-14s coming in late. Trying to get my bearings on TAC view. My brain's like, Moltar, you've been doing this for too long. You need to get off. Go do something. I do have to take my son to soccer practice here in a little bit. Been streaming for almost 5 hours. What, Bear?
What about the lawn? You've got to mow the lawn.
It's raining.
Ah.
I don't mow in the rain. It's bad for the grass. Why is the AIM-9X banned? It's kind of unsporting, in my opinion. It's like hunting deer with an assault rifle. It's not really fair. Some people may think it's fair, but that's kind of how it is. But I didn't want this to turn into let's get an emerge and whoever gets lock on the other person first, shoot. So it's banned. Who's editing the SATAL videos? Alpha Whiskey does all of the trailers. He does a phenomenal job. Robski, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you actually what? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so these guys are ingressing. Nobody has launched yet. Separation between these two teams is 40 miles. I think I see some AIM-54 now out from Kula. We see it's Kula above. So there's Kula above us. Just launched the AIM-54. as it takes off. We're looking at Lucky's jet right now.
What was that distance?
50 miles for the F-14s, roughly, for that launch. And it's going up to the northern 3 ship, Lynx of the Sky. Who's our other one? Who else is it? Animal and Chewie are up there in the northern 3 ship. And then we've got the southern 3 ship of Kong, Nighthawk, and that's it. Are we missing somebody? No, they're just stacked. They're just stacked. I couldn't see it.
Res selling.
So AIM 54 going up to the north. Can't tell who that one's on yet. Say that a lot. Can't tell who this one's on yet, but it's on somebody in the northern formation, and they're all still 26,000 feet. Oh, no. And there's another AIM 54 out. I think that one's from Black Arrow. So this initial one is already slowed way down. It's not tracking, but there's another one. There's another AIM 54 that was just launched by Black Arrow, and I think this one's going to have more potential to make something happen. The new Phoenix is right here, and it's coming up to Lynx of the Sky and Animal. Not sure which one it's on, but they're at 28,000 feet, and it's closing almost Mach 3. They waited to try and get an AIM 120 off. You can see their countermeasures. It actually may take down both. An Animal gets slammed, turned into beefsteak. He is dead. So once again, things going poorly for Task Force Trident as things open here. I'm going to pause this to make sure we don't miss anything and take a look at the TAC view. God, it's like they can't learn their lesson, Bear.
I don't know.
Look how close Phoenix Task Force is one another. The mutual support is on for these guys. We have multiple AIM 54s in the air, 120s coming up for Contrast and Chewie. Not sure who this one's on, but it is Mach 4. Is it gonna hit somebody? That's not it. Is this it? This looks like it, and it's not tracking anybody, I don't think. So Chewie's really low. Yeah, this one's dead. Unfortunate. If this thing was still tracking, let me show you guys. If this thing was still tracking, they'd be dead. It's still at Mach 4, under boost stage. They'd be gone. Okay, so 120 is a lot slower. The 120 is like back there, down there. And it's at virtually Mach 1, so that's not going to play any role here. But another AIM 54. I think this one's off from Kula, and I don't know who that one's on, but let's carry on and see how this plays out. The AIM 54 we're watching isn't going to hit anybody, as it's not tracking. So that thing's dead. No problem. This AIM 54 that we see now is the one that's not tracking anybody. Okay. So now we've got another AIM 54 off from Kula, and that one looks like it's headed towards Chewie. So here's that missile taking off towards Chewie, and this one very well may arrive at Chewie's aircraft by the still under power. It's closing 3 miles. Chewie trying to defend. You can't out-energy a Mark 60, Chewie. No! Bad Chewie. Dead Chewie, and Chewie's gone. So Chewie eats the telephone pole. Unfortunate for him. Pausing now, just to make sure
Tempest,
again we don't miss anything.
Is the stream still freezing, or is it because Malta's pausing the stream?
I'm pausing, so it's maybe why you're thinking it's frozen, but it's not.
Yeah. Okay, that's the answer to Tempest.
So now we've got Gory possibly encroaching and making something happen on Contrast. They are head on. Mach 1 against Mach 0.9. Co-altitude here. Let's light that one up and see how it goes down. Go into split screen so we can see from both people's perspectives in this one. So we've got Contrast and we've got Gory. F-16 on F-16. Who's coming out on top? Jousting match about to unfold. 7 miles separate these guys. Missile out from Gory. Nothing out from Contrast. Contrast trying to get away. We're going to Contrast point of view. 1.5 miles, 1 mile, face mile, coming and gone. Contrast deleted, and things continue to go poorly for Task Force Trident as Gory takes down Contrast in commanding fashion. Three pilots remain for Task Force Trident, all 6 for Phoenix Task Force. Falcon and Predator coming in on Links of the Sky. Here's Links of the Sky. Will he finally be able to make something happen? He has 9 AMRAAMs on his jet. 9. All he needs to do is shoot, go pew pew. But he's only unleashed 1. So why carry 10 if you only shoot 1? Or has he shot 2? Okay, he shot 2. He's got 8. I'm a liar. Curious is on me. He's correcting me. He's got it. 120 out from Predator. On to Links of the Sky. Here they come. Links of the Sky. Trying to notch. Trying to get away from it. He's gone. Just one after the other. Down they go. Task Force Trident falling like a stack of dominoes. Predator takes down Links of the Sky. At this point, I say, who will fall next? 2 pilots remaining for Task Force Trident.
Is Leon here? Is yeah, no, who will fall next? No idea. No, BDA is not turned on Steam Speed Demon. It is not turned on in nor is the kill messages, nor is the spawn messages, nor is the eject messages. 2 left, and Phoenix Task Force still sports 6 pilots.
It's just nigh unsurmountable here, Bear. 2 pilots, Kong and Nighthawk, are all that stands between Phoenix Task Force and unopposed victory. SD-10 finally out from Nighthawk. Can't tell who that's tracking. But everyone from Phoenix Task Force doing a pretty good job of defending. And that SD-10 actually hit the Phoenix. Interesting. That's the second time I've seen that happen.
Yeah. I don't believe that was intentional, but
no, I don't think so either.
You can't plan that. That's Iron Doming, right?
I guess. I mean, I regardless if it's intentional or not, it's definitely allowed. I mean, if you can make it happen, you can do it, for sure. All right, so Falcon. I thought, nope, it's not Falcon. It's Lucky and Predator launching all the things onto Kong. So Kong has a couple missiles, 4 missiles coming for him, now 3, multiple on his left side. We can see him out there. 4.5 miles away, 2.5 miles away. He's going to line of sight all of them. And goodbye, missiles. Great defensive decision by Kong. Nighthawk, meanwhile, line of sighting AIM-54 is coming from Black Arrow. Nighthawk launches an SD-10. That picks up. Another Phoenix takes it down. SD-10 is a Phoenix-killing monster.
Apparently 4 times in this match. 5th time now.
Falcon may be in a bad spot against Kong. So here they are split screen now. Oh, and then Kong, Falcon, I say he was in a bad spot. He was not. He was in a great spot as he kills Falcon or kills Kong. Pause this. 1 pilot remaining. Nighthawk. Nighthawk, you are our only hope. Oh. This is him. He's got 120s chasing him. Gory. Much faster than Nighthawk. Mach 1.4. Trying to run him down. Gory on the right. Nighthawk on the left. We can see them both. F5 padlock view for both of these guys. Split screen. Nighthawk trying to run. Gory, I think, in this situation would be better served climbing instead of saying map of the earth. He would have been able to see Nighthawk in this position. But Nighthawk is doing some weird stuff. Pull up, Nighthawk! Is he just looking for Gory? What's he doing? I'm worried about... Okay, they're merged. Does Gory see him? Does Nighthawk see him? Do they see each other at all? AWACS may be telling them somebody's there. Peer-to-peer may be telling them somebody's there. Oh, Gory hits the trees! Or excuse me, Nighthawk hits the trees. And you can see that on Gory's point of view. Flames as Nighthawk's aircraft breaks apart. Bear, I don't know if you knew this, but trees are stronger than aircraft.
Now you tell me.
I know, right? Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
I've been doing it wrong the whole time.
I know. We all have. We all have.
Oh, that's a terrible way to die. That's not sporting. There's a birdhouse that's now not going to be made because
Tempest
of that.
says trees and mountains have a 10,000 to 1 KDR against me. They would be 10,000 to 0 because I don't think you've ever killed the ground. Just saying. You know, mountains unmovable. And we're gonna fast forward, guys, because I got to take my son to soccer, and Bear, I'm sure, needs to go to sleep.
It's not. No, I'm going to work. It's not the hitting of the tree that'll kill you. It's that sudden stop at the end.
Yeah. It's gravity, and you know, hard objects that are in your cockpit with you. Cronenberg says, Rule 1, fly the aircraft. That would be beneficial. Who's flying tomorrow, Bear? I know you said it earlier. Do you remember?
Outer Haven, somebody. Outer Haven. Harpia.
Outer Haven Harpia, and that's a what match?
4v4 gold.
So we're sticking with 4v4 gold. Okay.
FM.
All right. So 4v4 gold, here to stay. Harpia against Outer Haven. Only one match tomorrow. So, guys, if you're going to show up, make sure you show up on time. Because sometimes these matches go very, very fast. Sometimes they take a little bit. But it's not uncommon for us to be done within an hour. Borchi, much appreciated. Go ahead, Bear.
I'm gonna save the pink hair for the 18th match.
Good call.
For Tempest.
Good call. I like it. But today we went for 5 hours. It was a solid stream. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Only one match tomorrow. And more often than not, it's going to be one. There's a few days with 2, but more often than not, it's going to be 1. So just be aware. Things like today are probably not going to happen, if ever again. So just remember that. Tempest with the 100 bits. Thanks, guys, for the stream. I look forward to the pink hair. I am too. And the Khaki Kid, subscribe. Thank you. That's your first time here. Much appreciated, Khaki. Thanks for throwing that out. Borchi drops the 100 bits. Thank you, Borchi. Guys, all the donations, all of the subs, that just goes right back into making the stream better. So thank you again for making and allowing us to do all of this. It's been a wild ride. We've come a long way since 2017. Can't believe we've been doing this for 4 years already. But we got a lot of cool stuff coming. Hopefully the overlay. Bear and Sean have done a phenomenal job with the missions. It's been a great, great time. But we have come to the end for today's stream, ladies and gentlemen. Again, tomorrow, Harpia taking on Outer Haven in 4v4 gold. If you want to see that one, make sure you show up on time, 1600 Zulu, because they have a tendency to go fast, especially the gold matches with how aggressive they are, and only 8 combatants. So I'm going to leave it there. Bear, anything before we go out?
Good night. Thank you, and see you soon.
All right, guys, you heard it from the man. We will see you guys later. As always, stay safe in those virtual skies. And until next time, have a good one.